Hello everyone. Welcome back. Didn't I choose the music? Well, that has nothing to do with it. I was merely observing that this menu music has the most bass, and I kinda love it. How are y'all doing today? More importantly, who's excited? Because I am extremely keen. Yesterday was an absolute fantastic time. And I'm genuinely unbelievably impressed with the game so far. You still got to submit a paper for class? Oof, good luck. Agamando, hello. To everyone else who's lurking, hello. Hopefully we'll see you all hanging out here in chat throughout the stream. Jeremiah, hello. So, if this is your first time tuning in, welcome. My name is Adam. I am a trained medieval historian. I have a graduate degree in medieval Scandinavian studies and a master's in cultural heritage. Currently work at a rare books library and worked at various museums in the past. And so we're bringing that historical training to Assassin's Creed Mirage because frankly, it deserves it, and it is, thus far, incredibly impressive. I've got some resources around nearby me. And, we've got more stuff, in a reference document here. And so as we go through, we're going to see stuff, we're going to take a look at that history, and we're going to have an absolutely great time doing it. Yes, the Discord has been absolutely popping off, though, because they had a very strong narrative idea. Scale of 1 to 10, how orientalist of the game so far? Like a 3. It's really good. Like, I think, I don't have a fully formed thought on this, but we're working towards it. Exactly, right? But the contrast with the previous Assassin's Creed game is stark and notable. They still got time to ruin it, but strong beginning. Unfortunately though, chat, I'm afraid I must begin with an apology. Because yesterday, I screwed up. I made an error. I lied to you. And I must issue my deepest apologies for this. In fact, I was called out on that. Right? Cry1 called me out on it, and I doubted them. And to Cry1 especially, I must sincerely and deeply apologize. You see, yesterday I told you that the Caliph Al-Mamun was responsible, albeit indirectly, for the creation of a third gender, known as the Rumelia, of generally unfree women who dress in drag like they are fashionable young men. This was a blatant untruth. It was not the Caliph Al-Mamun, the son of Harun al-Rashid. It was the Caliph Al-Amin, the son of Harun al-Rashid. Truly, it is an unforgivable mistake. Alright, so in post we're gonna add, like, Samarkand. We're gonna add, like, to Samarkand and desaturate it, and it's gonna be fine. Right? 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 Bit aside, I did actually flip which brother it is. Al-Amin is the half-brother of Al-Mamun, and Al-Mamun actually kills Al-Amin in a small civil war. Because that's what you do if you're the Abbasid Caliph. You have a civil war against whoever is currently the Abbasid Caliph. For more on this, though, Right, we'll click out of the game. And we'll head over here. For more on the Limalia, I do recommend this article. She is a boy, or if not a boy, then a boy resembles her. Cross-dressing, homosexuality, and enslaved sex and gender in Umayyad Iberia by India Kodak. And the story is told in more detail in Nadia Jones's book, Two Queens of Baghdad. So, if you are interested in that, highly recommend those articles, along with some work by Blair Anderson, who contributed to Assassin's Creed Mirage. But do need to offer that retraction and that correction to Past Me. And thank you. The anonymous gifter for the tier 1 gives up to Eldritch Queen Despoina. So yeah, the real talk, right? The lesson to take away here is that I have done quite a bit of research, but this is not my direct wheelhouse. I have not spent years researching this, and my memory is imperfect. So if you see things, or I say something, and you disagree with what I am saying, please disagree. Please do disagree. Do I have a link to that article? I sure do. I don't know if it's paywalled. I don't remember. But the article's right there. So, right, give me links or whisper links to mods so that they can vet them and post them. And disagree vehemently. There's also channel point redemptions for research times to, if you're not sure on something I said and want me to look into it further, those options exist because, you know, this is a collaborative effort. That's something I love about doing live streams, especially of these big historical games, is that you can just do it live, and we can collaborate, and we can meaningfully learn from each other. And so, you know, if you see things, big shouts to Cry1, who actually, like, pulled that, caught that error, and made me go back and look at these sources. And big shouts to all of you for with us. Personally, you can't wait for AC Hexy in a few years. Oh boy. Look, I am dragging my good friend Tess into that come hell or high water. Frankly, I'm... There's a lot that's gonna happen there, and it's gonna be good. But that's like 2025's problem. There are recommended channels on your channel, for example, like Save Ancient Studies. There are other folks who do history. Angamando, right? Anyone who's kind of in those recommended channels are people I have either worked with in the past, so they are friends who you may see lurking in chat once in a while, or they are people whose work I like for doing live historical content. So, you know, it is a small way of trying to build community, because community on Twitch is already weird, right? We're not... Twitch's search tools do not help historians whatsoever, because you, we're not unified by a game, we're not unified by a category, we are unified by a, like, topical focus and ethos, and, that means we need a link to each other, because... Yeah. Yeah. On the screen displaying an author named Jim Al-Khalili from Iraq, mostly raised in England, claimed that the Golden Age came to an end because Arabic script didn't work well with printing technology in time. That one example in Venice shows mistakes. That's a take. Whew. That's... So, firstly, already, print, right, movable type print becomes popular in Europe, including Venice, centuries after the quote-unquote Golden Age of Islam is typically thought to come to an end, right? For the most part, right, the golden age of Islam is said to end sometime in the 13th century because the Mongols. So, you know, already that's something I find dubious, right? But saying, but additionally, I don't find that particularly likely. On the one hand, right, it is a fair point that Arabic script and movable type printing just don't agree with each other. That's not... Those two technologies do not cooperate. It is extremely hard to print a movable Arabic type. And you see this even in... You can see this even in computer interface type scripts for Arabic, where a lot of them look really janky. So that's the thing. However, manuscript traditions and societal investment are not mutually exclusive things, right? Like, manuscripting and on handwritten, like, cultural focus is not mutually exclusive with a high degree of learning, commentary, social discourse, and prosperity. Like, it's fine. And Ottoman bureaucracy is super well developed and super used to working in manuscript, that it works really effectively for them well into the 19th century. I think where there may be some seed of truth is in the industrialization of bureaucracy and the enormous spike in government records required in more 19th century conception of a nation-state and of empire. As those ideas start percolating from Europe into the Ottoman Empire, I can see how that starts having issues, but in general, I don't buy the idea that distrust of and tech script incompatibility with movable type printing is somehow responsible for Islamic's quote-unquote civilizational quote-unquote decline. There's a lot of quotes in there. There's a lot of scare quotes around that sentence. Anyway, so I think that answers that one. Arabic is so pretty. What, functioning bureaucracy? Americans in the chat go oof. F's in the chat for all of us. As an American, rest in peace us. Alright. Now, as you can see by the fact that I am not wearing a tie today, we do not have another lecture. So what do you say we hop into the game? Rip, we cry so much. Game, yeah. So, if you're just tuning in again, hello. Welcome to Ludo History. Please do say hi in chat. It's way more fun when we're all hanging out, chatting, posting emotes. And if you enjoyed this content, make sure you hit the follow button. And consider subscribing to help support the channel. It matters a whole lot. Your guys' support is what lets us keep expanding this project, keep doing more games, more history, and give me the time to do the research I need to. So, the support is incredibly appreciated, and in turn, you get good history content on a wide variety of time periods, ranging from Ancient Egypt, next week, with Total War Pharaoh, through to World War I is the most recent thing we've done. So there is so much going on in terms of our history content. And you also get access to the lovely emotes that are being stared at you in chat right now. Like this one. All of these emotes are taken from actual manuscripts Some of them are ones that I have personally taken photos of, others are taken from the British Library, Bibliothèque Nationale Française, etc. So they are from all over the world, representing a huge diversity of cultures and time periods, and they are the finest meme material that I can curate for you to spread around Twitch. So, if you further want to help support the channel, though, do consider heading over to patreon.com/LudoHistory, or for as little as $2 a month, you can help support us and get access to even more bonus perks. Alright, without further ado, let us hop in and continue with Assassin's Creed Mirage. You're watching some YouTube videos about Harun al-Rashid to keep up with yesterday's lecture. Something that struck me is that his rule didn't have a bunch of events, more like a normal reign. So, what the creator said, and you agree, is that his rule is seen as golden age more because of what other caliphs, i.e. his sons, doing a civil war, did more than his own. So I think that has some merit, but also, right, it speaks a lot to Harun al-Rashid's own competence as an administrator that his reign is relatively uneventful and he's able to spend money on things other than putting down Kharijite revolts. Right? Like, that's a non-zero thing. Al-Mansur has to put down revolts. Al-Amin has to put down revolts. Al-Mamun has to put down revolts. The revolts put down Al-Mudawakil. So it speaks a lot to his own effectiveness as an administrator, that he is able to exert bureaucratic power over the space of the entire caliphate, and not have a bunch of corrupt administrators, either quietly or actively, stealing from the Khaliphal treasury and making sure that tax revenue goes into Baghdad to be spent on cultural projects. Like, that's a big deal. We take those. I think also in a specifically Islamic context, there's a lot to be said for the fact that a lot of the cultural projects he's doing are intellectual, yes. He's the founder of, or he's often the attributed founder, with Al-Amin expanding it, of the Beit al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom. But he's also builds up like a half a dozen mosques in Baghdad alone. He, in many ways, draws his own parallels to the Rashidun Caliphates, the rightly guided ones, and models his piety off of especially Abu Bakr, and on what's his name? Ummah? No, not. Hang on. It's Abu Bakr's successor. It's not Uthman, the one before him. Have you mentioned them bad at names? Umar. That's who it is. Yeah, Umar ibn al-Khattab. Two caliphs who are particularly seen in Islamic theological thought to be very good and models of piety and proper Islamic practice. So he models himself after them, and invests a lot in mosques and in these theological projects, as well as the scientific intellectual ones, and then brings him into the legendarium as a good caliph. Aristotelianism in the Caliphate was so fresh. It's so good. Right? Al-Hajjaj is a scholar who actually... I mean, Al-Hajjaj is also Harun al-Rashid's by name, but a different Al-Hajjaj in Harun al-Rashid's court is responsible for the translation of a lot of Greek Aristotelian texts into Arabic, starting really, really enormous intellectual commentary projects that'll proceed straight through to into the 12th, 13th, 14th centuries. Arabic names are hard for non-speakers. Arabic names are a lot of names in general, but yes, I am doing my best. But also apologies to everyone who knows Arabic because I am butchering my ha 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 distinction, and I know it. My H1, my H2s, and my H3s. They're problems. Oh look, it's a little incense burner. Well, the philology is hell, but the grammar is so fun. I love the stem system in Arabic, right? Like, I I just like adore on an intellectual level the semantic system that you know three usually sometimes consonants creates a whole meaning cluster and all the words are just variations on that and that's awesome.
There you are. Are you ready?
I think so.
Put yesterday out of your mind. It has no bearing on today. Get dressed and we can begin.
Exactly, Malik, Malk, Maluk, Malkuta, etc., etc. Or right, the one I tend to use as the example is of course kitab, book. But kataba is to read, or also to write if you double it.
Like we practiced.
Yes, master.
We need to bump the game audio. Let's. And then variations on that. So what is it? We read is like Naktub, if I remember correctly. But you still get kataba equals things related to reading. And darasa as teach, or darasa as learn, and darasa as teach, and it's like that kind of rules. That kind of rules. You also learn to establish relations. Actually, like where are the scarecrows? Just diplomatic relations with Charlemagne. Give the court a clock so intriguing and cool that Charlemagne's court thought it was magic. That is later apocrypha that says they thought it was magic. The clock is probably real though. It gets mentioned in my favorite chill book just because it rules. Hang on, let me grab my favorite academic book because the topic is so good. Do I have it here easily? Should have that one out. Anyway, yeah, there it is. Generalized book recommendation, not just for Islamic studies, though definitely a little bit of Islamic studies. Medieval Robots by Ellie Truitt. She's fabulous. She's a delightful writer. She's the limited interaction I've had with her says that she's a delightful person. And this is just a book that rules. Obviously takes a Western European perspective on automata, but the Islamic world shows up in a few different places, and the Byzantine world shows up in a few places. And it's great. 11 out of 10, highly recommend. Okay, this place looks great. Aw, the world map's unavailable. That's tragic. So, we do appear to be in Alamut, though. The historical Alamut is, in kind of in the border between Iran and Iraq, I believe. I think it's Masyaf that's between Iraq and Syria. But yeah, it is in the Zagros
Keep
mountains.
training.
Steady, Basim. Steady.
Me? No!
Okay.
Yes, master.
I've seen enough. We will try again tomorrow.
Oh.
Are you going to live in that haystack, Basim?
Yep.
I felt fine.
I can see it in your body. You lose focus too easily. The leap of faith is a crucial step on your path to initiation. It is one of the Brotherhood's first and most sacred rites. To perform it successfully, you must first center your mind, body, and spirit. Embrace the fear. Quiet it. Find the stillness. And let go.
Yes, master.
Let's return to the camp.
I love it. So, right, the historical
May I ask you
Alamut.
something?
You may.
Back in Anbar, at the palace, I witnessed a meeting between the Khalifa and 5 masked men, order members. The Khalifa was meant to protect the object they discovered, but he knew nothing of their plans for it. He did not even know them by name. How does the most powerful man in Baghdad bend such a fearful knee to the faceless?
The Order has held dominion over such men and their empires for centuries by convincing them of their truth, that they are the natural arbiters of the world. The Khalifa was but their puppet, and the same will be true of whomever succeeds him.
That's an approach.
The entire Khalifa is under their influence.
Ooh, there was a great example of that little like 3-consonant semantic cluster, right? So the ruler is the Khalifa, right? The steward, but the caliphate, right? The entire realm, the empire, is the Khalafa. So right, you have with oh, I don't remember my Arabic letter names. But with a long I in there. Actually, I think it's a short I. I think it's a short I for the ruler, and then the aleph for the whole place.
Basim, speak with Fulab and see if he needs help. We will continue your training later.
Okay.
Yes, master.
But what if I climb up to a good spot where I can look at Alamut?
Have you seen Mentor
so-
Rayhan in camp?
Right, as far as I know, the castle at... Ooh, the Tahrids? Wait, that's super cool. Wait, hold up a minute. Wait, that's amazing. So the Tahrids are the, family that, are the governors of Baghdad in this period. They eventually, will break off a decent chunk of Greater Khorasan and turn it and have their own state. But in this particular moment, they are the governors of Baghdad, and one of them. Hang on, I had it pulled up in my reference document. Let me get the names. This is why you write things down, chat, even if it's kind of inconvenient. There he is. Ubaidullah is the Tahrid governor in 861, and he continues to be it for a little while until the Caliph al-Mutaz, or pretend claimant to the Caliphate, al-Mutaz, replaces him with Ubaidullah's younger brother, Suleiman. And then a little bit later in the 880s, Ubaidullah becomes the governor again. So, hey, shoutouts to, the correct political envoys for this. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, Alamut. As far as I know, the castle at Alamut does not exist yet. It is, I think, an 11th century construction. And it is unimportant to the Hashashin, the assassins, because the assassins don't exist yet. The assassins are a 12th century movement, and one of their first moves as a radical Ismaili Islamic sect is to capture Alamut and set up a base of operations there. Shoutouts, oh heck, I forgot his name. Oh heck. Al-Mualim. Isn't that the Assassin's Creed character? Not the, hang on. Hassan Isaba. That's what I was thinking of. The person who inspires Al-Mualim. But Hassan Isaba, is, captures Alamut and makes it the base of his, Ismaili efforts, for Nizari assassinations, across the, Fatimid, the Seljuk state, the Buyid state, the Tahirid state, and the Crusader kingdoms. Oh, interesting. I am incorrect. Wasuda ibn Marzaban, around 840. Interesting. Huh. Neat. I thought it was a later construction. I am wrong. So, shoutouts to the game for being right when I am wrong. That being said, it still is not an assassin base, because, you know, the Fatimid Sultan Nazir has to be exiled and assassinated for the Nizris to exist. I don't know. That seems important, right? But, you know, geographically I actually love this, because Alamut is not, I mean, it's high on a rock, but importantly it's in the Zagros Mountains, and so this is a much more arid, desert-like part of the region than Baghdad and the space between the rivers is. And so, right, the fact that we're getting the much more deserty space, actually I think works really well and feels very good. Important question, can you wear a hat in this game? Sadly, I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. Certainly I have no option to put on a hat. That being said, I would be very curious, I would be real curious, to see what's going to, happen as we start getting farther into the game and we start seeing more people. Because, you know, hoods are also a relatively restricted headwear for much of the Caliphate. I'll need to pull up the reference document yet again, because I wrote some of this down. There's an amazing and very helpful for me PhD dissertation entirely around dress in the Abbasid Caliphate. Let's see. It's by Patricia Baker, by the way. A History of Islamic Court Dress in the Middle East from 1986. And that is the sort of thing that we just absolutely rely on. So a hood is typically reserved for judges, or qadi, but specifically the combination of a hat known as a qalansila tawila, with then a black turban wrapped around it, and then you put a hood over that, is like the stereotypical dress identifying you as a judge, and therefore a legal professional, and therefore someone you don't mess around with. So I'll be curious to see if that intersects at all as we kind of are going around
fine
here.
animals, Ya Khayyar?
Hale and healthy.
Are they native to this area?
They came with us 10 years ago when we set up our camp. Suljana was born here.
She is a beautiful horse. Thank you for introducing us.
Take care, ya Sadiki.
Wait, I love. Wait, I.
ابن لوقا شخص ذكي جدا لكن المسألة تكمن في نشأته الإغريقية.
One, I love the fact that they actually have personality with each other, and call each other friends, and actually act like they know each other. But also, just exposition. What? Which word? Sadiki?
الفرق بين الروح والنفس لا
Right, Ya just is a pointer for you. Sadiki is friend. I mean, they actually translate it very well. But that's your friend. And Zuljana means a winged horse. That's awesome. That's a good horse name.
أراهم بنفسي.
I'm a big ooh. Well, hello. Hello, I can jump from up there down to here.
لابد أنهم من الأرمن.
Arabic has a lot of words for friends. It's a very accommodating language. Everyone likes each other. Everyone is brothers. Everyone is friends.
Here, a small design.
It is my signature. So you know I created this, and not Al Hassan, or worse, Abu Jahl.
Well, well, well.
I just understand, Wadan.
Well, well, well.
Bassem, how are you?
They mentioned him.
Listen, Kidu, food is coming. He is intelligent, and intelligence is supposed to rhyme with patience. Reminds me of someone.
Have you been speaking to Master Roshan?
Have patience. Be kind to your progress.
I
Ye-
will take this to heart. Roshan asked me to come see you.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
I don't know. I don't know if it runs in
Reckon
Arabic.
it's leather strips. Can you fetch those from the storeroom?
I shall, Fulad.
Arakallah Khan.
So, we gotta mention very briefly of historical figures, and holy crap. So this was our introduction to a trio of folks known as the Banu Musa, the sons of Musa. Banu is just the plural of Ibn. He is one of our 3 Da Vincis, because there are 3 of them. He mentioned he mentioned that he needs to not, that this is his work and not what was it, Hassan's? No. Right, because I think it's Ahmad, Hassan, and Abu Ja'far Muhammad. Abu Ja'far Muhammad is better known as Al-Khwarizmi. So that's Mr. Algebra himself. It looks like it's an astronomy tool, right? Some kind of orrery or armillary sphere. Yeah, commentary on Ptolemy would make sense. Right, being part of an, potentially a spherical astrolabe? I don't know. Unfortunately, I can't read, Arabic at all. So I will admit defeat trying to understand what the text on this is trying to say. But I will leave it here so that anyone who does has time to grab a screenshot and see what they want. But yes, it is you know, part of the scientific works of these brothers. And these brothers I mean, Abu Jafar, right? I talked about some of his works in yesterday's lecture. He writes a geography that is an expansion on and commentary of Ptolemy's Geographica. So, like, if this is related to Ptolemaic observations, then that is just correct. That is exactly the sorts of things that they are working on in this period. Tidings from the west. The siege of Constantinople is lifted. The attack of the Rus came like a thunderbolt from heaven, as the patriarch put it. The northerners raided the villages just beyond the city and left great damage in their wake. Our Erie was sending more eagles to the city of Bizas. New perils dawn. I doubt that the Norsemen are done with us yet. So, in 860, there is in fact a attack, or a besiegement, I should say, by the Rus leader Olaf on Constantinople. They lose, but you know, that's fine. That is a specific, like, really Byzantine histories make a big deal of this. Russian histories later make a bigger deal of this. In truth, it was, you know, it's important. But they do lose. So, hey, shoutouts to, referencing contemporary events and sending news from place to place. Also, time for us to meet, chat, is Rebecca an Arabic name?
That is not it.
No, those look like those are paper bits? Oh, fabric straps. Okay. Yes, it is Hebrew. Well, sort of. It's more like an Anglicization of Hebrew.
It is hard to find anything in here.
That is true and real. Fulad, be sure to remind the bureaus in Baghdad to return every bloody feather and mission report to Alamut. Each feather is a victory. They must be collected and chronicled, not consigned to the heap of history. This is not mere ceremony. Future generations of Hidden Ones will look to our records for guidance. Our past must instruct our future. It cannot be erased. Mentor Rehan.
No, that is not a strip of leather.
I know it's not. I'm gonna keep looking at the fabric though. Also furs. Well, I say fur. Hides. I don't know what they're doing here, being not. Yes, she is. But in this period, this is a Jewish name. Okay, but that's not leather. That's not Raptorus. That's clearly not been tanned yet. The fact that they're in the storage area with the finished dyed fabrics and the lentils and the woven garments is a bit cringe. Because you know, if they're actively in the process of tanning these stink to high heaven. You can smell a traditional handwork tannery for miles. Okay.
These forces within the Caliphate are beginning to put pressure on us.
Forces? You mean the Order, Aban?
I can only speak of what I know, Your Saderi. The Caliph wishes to nullify the rebels, and if you persist in giving them support, we cannot assure you protection from any Caliphate response.
The rebels supply us with information in Baghdad. Without them, we are blind.
Be that as it may, Governor Muhammad is very committed.
Oh,
to
they're saying
showing
it's
that we
Muhammad
can
in this
end
period.
this rebellion
Okay.
swiftly.
I'll actually trust the game over myself
I
in
do not
this.
doubt that.
I came to warn you. Things are moving fast in Baghdad. You may have to act sooner than expected.
I hear you, Aban.
That man also has one hell of a voice.
So the Tahirids who govern these lands are the only thing standing between Alamut and a full-scale attack. A fragile peace. How long will it last?
Oh. You think it will last? Yeah. They use primarily, I know they use camel urine in the tanning process in this period, but past that I don't know what else they use. It'll still be stinky. Azada, they tell me you're still searching, still chasing rumor and calling my name. The woman you pursue is dead and that name is buried with her. I am Roshan, daughter of none, sister of many. I drown my pain in brotherhood. You can have no part in this fellowship, for the cause is cruel to our kin, and I will not see you hurt. Turn back, old friend. Seek me no more. Well, we should not be snooping, but that's fine. Dear Roshan, I've enclosed with my letter a rare find, an ancient sketch of a hidden blade, the very first. You see its title, Xerxes' Bane. This was the weapon of Darius. I know not if our famed ancestor ever returned to his beloved Persia after his betrayal. My father would return this etching of his blade to his native shores. And to you. Etavos of Greece. Oh, sandals. Look at the sandals.
How does construction go?
It is taking longer than we expected, Ya Sayyidi.
That must be frustrating.
Mentor Ryan is a wise man, but he speaks of this mountain as if it was destined that we build here. We have patience and follow his guidance.
Master Roshan tells me I must not be in a hurry to rush back to Madinat as-Salam.
They call it by its
I will
name.
not hurry at all. Baghdad is different now. It is very dangerous.
The City of Peace. The name Al-Mansur actually gave to it. Yeah.
Rebecca?
Basim, Basim. Are you just wandering the camp aimlessly now?
No. I have this leather for you. Will it do?
Apparently, you've moved past the wooden swords. I protested, but Roshan insisted.
That's an awfully nice blade.
Here is your dagger. And your sword. I am proud to have worked on them.
This blade has character.
Why would I make anything less than unique?
I am in your debt. I was not expecting new weapons today.
Repay me by using it on the Order. Make them feel the sharpness of its character. Roshan said you had further training today.
New tool unlocked, throwing
That new
knives.
sword of yours.
Yoink.
I look forward to it.
The Initiate of Alamut dagger and the Initiate of Alamut sword. Here is the current inventory of the armory along with what is owed to the rebels. Swords 33, 12 all going. Arrows 247, 50 outgoing. Throwing knives 58, 20 outgoing. Smoke bombs 22, note rope needed for wicks. Blow darts 51, note wild herbs needed for sleep concoction. Ask any Banu Musa for the recipe. That's low. That's not. I'm gonna be real, folks. We're super screwed. Like, we're not a little bit screwed. We're really screwed. If we have 247 arrows, we are in so much trouble.
How does training go, ya Sadiqi?
Noor showed me a new way to grip my knife, and it has improved my accuracy greatly. If you throw it just so, it sails through the air, swift and true. Shall I remind you how to use it?
Yeah.
Ya Ilahi. Well done. You have inspired me to train harder.
This is the way, ya Sadiq.
Okay, you are standing in the way, though. I whiffed. Oh no, Chad, I'm bad. Hey, can I get more throwing knives? More. Aww. I have knifed my last throwing. Oh. Tragic.
You may not enter. It is forbidden.
Understood. I am a good assassin. I will not do things that are forbidden. Wait. Wait, no, there's a sentence about this. There are a few things that are true. No, that doesn't sound right. That escapes me. Ooh, efficient. That's pretty impressive. Those are some big fish for such a small stream. That's why I said it was impressive. Like, imagine getting that.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Zoe, I fear we may not have a Fletcher on staff. We're all obsessed with throwing knives and forgot to make arrows. Oh, I fully was supposed to go up that other path. Okay. Hello? Phasm, where are you going? Once more, with feeling. Since apparently Basm doesn't believe in climbing. There we go. All you have is a throwing knife? Every problem requires one? See, the problem is I don't have any throwing knives either. So I've got a lot of problems that need throwing knives, and no throwing knives to solve them with.
Assalamu alaikum, ya Sayyidi.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I was out in the mountains earlier, and the sight of Fortress Alamut filled me with awe.
Mentor Rehan told us to take inspiration from nests the eagles construct in the Alamut peaks.
I can see the influence. Wada'an.
Rafaqak Allah.
Okay, let's take a look at this map. Well, the resolution's a bit scrungly. Now, I've never seen a medieval topographic map. That doesn't mean that they don't exist. But I've never seen a medieval topographic map.
Assalamu alaikum, ya Sadiqi.
Walaikum assalam. Did Fulab send you?
No, he did not.
Look at it this way, at least you're not needlessly stabbing the map. Oh.
I am quite sure that was not me.
I do not mean to be rude, but I have no time to talk. I must figure this out.
I will leave you to it then.
Remember seeing one in the Vatican? Or was that medieval or was that early modern though? Right, I know there are early modern kind of pseudo-topographic maps. Just, you know, not fully medieval. Exactly, right? Once you have print and, you know, more accurate surveying tools than a plumb line, you're able to start doing a lot more to get that. In the 9th century, it's hard to do much more than measuring how far away something is and dropping a line to see how, from up here, to see how tall it is. You can do more, but like that's not the style. And that won't even be the style in the Islamic world for a good 2 centuries yet. Islamic maps in this period are not particularly, you know, accurate to reality. They're serving other purposes, right? You'll see a lot of people talk about, right? So, you know, since we pulled maps, actually, right? Let's pull the world map everyone thinks of that I'm sure we'll see at some point in this game. I'll be very pleasantly surprised if we don't see it. Oh, come on. Idrisi, Tabula, Roger. On a map. Pulling it up, pulling it up, pulling it up, and... Ignore the fact that my computer is chugging really hard. It's fine. This map, right? You are almost certainly at some point going to see this map. This is from, this is a map produced by Al-Idrisi for the King of Sicily, Roger II. That's why its Latin name, the Rogerian Tables, Tabula Rogeriana. This is a map of the world produced using 11th century knowledge. Now, you might look at this and go like, what the heck's happening? If you don't know, it's upside down. Arabic maps are always oriented so that south is up and north is down. So if we spin it around, something ends up with a remarkably detailed rendition of sort of northern Afro-Eurasia. This one is, however, from the early 1100s, and this game is set in the 800s. So, let's see if I can find it. I think we're still in 861, if I remember correctly. World map? I think it's Al-Hajjaj that, no. No, it's not this one. Tragic. Let's see. Arabic, T-O... Stop it. T? There is nothing worse than typing on a slow computer, huh? Yeah, okay, Google is going to fail me. We will have to look it up later. When I can actually just have it pulled up, find the link, move on. Because, oh boy, is typing on this slow Firefox page just completely unacceptable.
Good work. Until tomorrow. Basim, time for combat training.
I was surprised when Rebecca handed me this. Is a sword not a coarse weapon for a hidden one?
As hidden ones, we must become proficient with a number of weapons. You never know how a fight will escalate. Anyone can wield a sword.
What did you miss? Mostly I was wandering around Alamut.
I am here to learn that, master.
You missed...
Truly here.
Well, yes. I believe so.
You are here in body. But are you here in mind and soul?
Is this a riddle?
No. It is the difference between life and death. Make sure you target and circle around me. Never turn your back on your opponent. Yes,
okay.
Better. Show me your quick stab first. Good. Yes.
Hey, Basim. What part of never turn your back on your enemy did you not understand? Basim. What is this spin to win bullshit?
Excellent. There are times when we must put more force into our attack to cause more damage. It will leave you exposed, so time it properly. Now go! That's it! Come in strong. Excellent. Now, for defense.
Don't turn your back on the enemy, instantly start spinning. Exactly.
After a few successful parries, your opponent will be stunned.
Oh, we're playing Sekiro.
Try to parry my attacks.
Oh, we're actually playing Sekiro.
Yes. That's good. Excellent. Some attacks cannot be parried and must be dodged instead. Prepare yourself. Good work. That's the way.
Okay.
Well done. Now, let us try a free fight together.
Uh-oh.
Use what you've learned.
Okay.
That took me by surprise. Well done.
Ow.
Hey!
Stamina has been depleted. Oh no.
Wake up! Bring your head back to right now. Where did that come from? We are done for today, Basim.
Why must we stop? I learned nothing from failing.
That's
True learning requires action and stillness in equal parts.
Look at that.
You have made the action. Now, seek the stillness. Do not rush your training. Be patient. Failure is a part of progress.
Wait, Roshan. Wait, Roshan's great.
And come back better.
Yes, Master. I will.
Good. See you later.
Wait, this is already... They're doing a lot very thoughtful here. I'm actually really enjoying that. Alright, the idea that there is this, like, you know, actually learning curve that takes
Ahmed will soon
time.
go back to the House of Wisdom. I fear he may end in the middle of a snake's nest.
I know how close you are to your brother. We shall learn more soon. Then we can act.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum, Abu Ja'far.
It is Ahmed.
Ahmed, my apologies.
Do not worry. Come and warm yourself by the fire.
Okay, but like that. Wait, they're Wait, that's very funny. They made the brothers functionally triplets.
Ahmad is leaving us tomorrow.
To Baghdad, the House of Wisdom.
Wait, that's very funny.
We have been working there, my brothers and I, for years. I still have some things to work on. Science waits for no one. And I will fulfill my duty as a hidden one by becoming your eyes and ears among the scholars.
Fulah, tell Basim the story of the feather.
Okay.
Our tradition of the feather comes from Egypt. They represent the feathers of Ma'at. The feathers of the heron were dipped in the blood of the targets. These will be left for the Lord of the Duat to judge. It is important we remain humble and know our place in the process. We are messengers of justice, and not the final judges.
You found this, dude. Please post the link to the image.
I will come with you, Noor. I must get my body moving if I'm to warm up tonight.
I am grateful. Let us go.
Also, the Ma'at feather is supposed to be ostrich, not heron. Yeah, well.
Are you coming, Basim? Leave the stories for later.
Also, Fulah, I guess is supposed to be. I guess he's supposed to be Egyptian. Ooh. Samara.
From a small village on the outskirts. My father owns a sandals workshop. I grew up watching him at work.
Oh, so that's where you got your remarkable skills as a blacksmith.
Awesome, let's grab that link. To be fair, ostrich feathers are also very big. That's very true. So, the artillery sphere that we saw is from a specific space. 16th century Ottoman artillery sphere plus a little dude. We love little dudes. And it's always a shame that Assassin's Creed Valhalla is extremely averse to little dudes. Like, this is not the first case, or actually, it's not Valhalla. Assassin's Creed as a franchise is averse to little dudes being in the corner. Right? And well, you know, sometimes you portray little dudes without their faces, because they are the Prophet Muhammad and you don't show the Prophet's face. Arabic manuscripts do love little dudes. If you saw the promotion image, or if you're watching the VOD, the thumbnail has a little dude in the corner from a 9th century Abbasid medical treatise that now is stored at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Look at him, he's such a good dude. He's also distinctively not in the style of a 9th century Arabic or Persian manuscript. That I think would have helped give away that it was Ottoman. But neat. Even though it's the wrong period, it still is very neat. I mean, pretty clearly, right? Certainly, right? Anamando, I'm not saying that the Ptolemy sphere doesn't exist in this period, but right, there is something significant about finding the specific images that they're coming from when they are pulling historical imagery rather than just like a general vibes. When they're pulling on something very specific, seeing the alterations is itself valuable. So yes, absolutely, commentaries on Ptolemy and Cordovan, Umayyad, and Abbasid. If you, as I said, if you have an image to the sorts of things that they're working on, they are, please do. You are welcome to message them to me, or to a mod, and we can post them. But yeah, right. The one that supposedly Ahmed had made is instead actually Ottoman. Yeah. So it goes. Oh yeah, by the way. Fula was Rafiq and Eagle Master to the Hidden Ones, and they were family to him. Born enslaved, Fulad escaped and found both refuge and his life's purpose among the shadows of Alamut. Calm, respectful, and direct. Fulad's wisdom and self-possession occasionally intimidated the novices. He had a good sense of humor. Okay, so they're saying that he's Zanj. Remember, as we talked about in the lecture yesterday, non-Arabic speaking and enslaved with tones of being from East or Sub-Saharan Africa. That's super cool. Citizens of the Caliphate, 13 out of 25. Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Jafar, son of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil and his favorite consort, Qabiha, Abu Abdullah was nursed by his mother on tales of ambition and success. Impetuous, lonely, and eager for his father's approval, he yearned to be at the center of the action and soon came to regret his wish. I believe he is al-Mutasim. Al-Mutawakkil ala Allah. Al-Mutawakkil succeeded his brother to become the 10th Abbasid Caliph. He was then forced to fight off multiple threats from his position, both from the outside and within. Despite his high seat, there were forces at work in the Caliphate that he was eager to please, and more fearful still to offend. Well, sort of. The Banu Musa. Look at them! They're triplets! The ingenious Banu Musa designed tools to give the Hidden Ones an edge in their battle against injustice. Identical in looks, but unique in personality. They're not identical in looks. Ahmad was aloof, Jafar was grounded, and Al-Hassan was fascinated by spirituality. Like most siblings, the brothers were prone to argument, yet when united in purpose, they created marvels. Another correction here, I was just incorrect here. It turns out that there are in fact two Persian polymaths named Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Musa, active in the House of Wisdom, and sponsored by the Caliph al-Ma'mun. Al-Khwarizmi, the older one, dies in 850, while Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Musa, the younger one, who appears in the game, he dies in 871. When alone they created marvels. Al-Khwarizmi! Mr. Algebra! Mr. Algorithm! He's also the oldest of the brothers. He dies in 871. We unfortunately don't know when the other two pass away. Basim. Dervish. On the port of Anbar, the peddler Dervish shop was a humble round front for an elaborate thieves network. The genie. The terrifying genie had stalked Basim's dreams as long as he could remember. Haunted since childhood, Basim dreaded its nightly approach. Paralyzed and helpless, he awakened tired just before the genie could consume him. Basim feared that the nightmare creature might one day break free of his nightmares. He yearned to exorcise his genie. Oh. Then we got Rehan, a mentor. Rebecca, the daughter of a wealthy Jewish family. Rebecca felt smothered by the trappings of her station. Rebellious, she ventured beyond her gates only to witness widespread exploitation. So is the genie Loki? I don't know. I have no idea. The Khalifa was the civil and religious head of the Abbasid Empire in Baghdad. Like any ruler, he commanded a force who could exercise authority and protect him from outside threats. The Caliphate Guard were the sworn arm of the Khalifa and were sworn to protect his interests to the death. Well, no. They're Turkish, they're enslaved, and they were given weaponry. So I don't think Wasif and Bura are particularly interested in serving the Caliph. I don't think, like, they're not. Supposedly they were improvement over, you know, the Umayyad strategy of just have a standing army. But this period, saying that they are sworn to protect his interest to the death. I suppose they protect his interest until they kill him. Does that count? I mean, to the death. I suppose if they're responsible for his death, they're only sworn until he dies. Merchants. Ah, yes. As the economic center of the Abbasid Caliphate, Baghdad was an attractive place for its wishing to trade or make money in its many markets and markets. Just gonna say, this is a bit of a moon. It's many souks and souks. That's all a souk is. It's a market. I assume they're saying like an open air market and a covered market, but it's a salmon, or you know, the Sahara Desert, Al Sahara, the desert. Merchants from all walks lined the city streets to make a living any way they could, including lending a fee and all sorts of side hustles. That's an interesting way of phrasing it. I don't think I've ever seen daily labor characterized as side hustles before. Am I the boomer, chat? Chat, have I become a boomer? Got a new side hustle? Normal work? Ah, that sounds fake. When the eagle landed on the nearby rock, Wasadin and Marsaban took it as a sign of the mount. Built in 865? No. The fortress name is derived from Alamut. I mean, this is just taken from the Wikipedia page, but they changed the date. Haha, Elder? Oh. Understood. This is literally the Wiki... Chat, can someone post the Wikipedia page that we had posted earlier? It was in chat earlier. Let me find it. Ah, it's too far gone. I no longer can see it. The Alamut Castle was built by the Justinian ruler of Daylam, Wasadad ibn Marzaban, and follows Zaydi Shi'ism around 840 AD. During a hunting trip, he witnessed a soaring eagle perched down high on a rock. Realizing the tactical advantage of this location chose the site for the construction of a fortress, which was called Alamut by the natives, likely meaning eagle's teaching or nest of punishment. I mean, I don't even have a meme for this. That is just wiki crutching in your codex. I am tragically memeless. Alright. We must, however, take our first ad break for the day, because we are an hour and 20 minutes into the stream. So, we're going to take an ad break so we can stand up, stretch, all that good stuff. If you've been enjoying this, of course, make sure you hit the follow button. Otherwise, we will see you all very soon. So do not go anywhere. Tell some friends. Keep on keeping on. Alright. Alright, welcome back everyone. If you're just tuning in, or tuned in recently, hello. I am Adam, as always, and we are playing Assassin's Creed Mirage. We've been wandering around Alamut for the last hour and a half, which is not a very fast rate of play, but has been very fun. I'm a professional historian. I work in a rare books library, but have graduate degrees in medieval history. And so we are just, you know, learning a bit about Islamic history, enjoying, I mean, it's a bagel. It's a pumpkin bagel. It's hardly even a meal. But thank you. We are hanging out, talking about Islamic history, enjoying the honestly super impressive historical work that's going on in Assassin's Creed Mirage. So if you're enjoying this, of course, hit that follow button to be notified for all of the Assassin's Creed Mirage streams going on this weekend and all future historical streams. And if you want to support the channel, consider subscribing, sharing bits, etc. It unlocks very fun, very marginalia emotes for you, so you get weird medieval guys to spread around Twitch. Without further ado though, let's get back into it. Look, sounds yummy. I do refuse to admit shame in liking pumpkin things. Like,
may I speak to you in confidence?
Yes, it's basic, no, I don't care.
I overheard Mentor Rayhan speaking to an emissary earlier. Mentor Rayhan asked if we may come under attack for dealing with rebels in Baghdad. Are we safe here at Alamut?
I do not know, but I pity the people who attacked this nest of eagles. How goes the watch?
Nothing happening at all on Alamut, and I am so hungry. We did not make it to the main canyon.
Excellent. We will start there. Thank you.
Come, Noor. Follow me.
Are you looking forward to your initiation?
Yes. It feels like I have been preparing my whole life for this.
I could the night before my ceremony. From excitement and a small bit of fear, if I am to be honest.
We all fear the unknown, but a greater unknown awaits on the other side of initiation.
You speak with order.
I see them as monsters from a tale, hiding in dark corners, down dark alleys.
The difference is that the order is real.
What do they want?
They want to control Baghdad. They want power.
Sure. They want to dress up like they're Acadian cosplayers, I think. How generic.
This is Mahja.
Magnificent.
Aw. Love her.
Soon, you shall have one of your own.
Fulav introduced me to an eagle named Enkidu. He said we have much in common, and not in a complimentary way.
She sees something. Follow me.
Okay. Barb.
Quietly, Basim.
Yep, quietly.
Find a place to hide.
We have the element of surprise. Be ready. Stop making so much noise.
Quickly. I am behind you.
We must strike.
Agreed.
for the right moment.
Hey, why did I turn on my... Hello? Yes, clearly.
Don't worry, we won't let our guard down.
Though I'll keep an eye out just in case.
Do not make a noise.
Hold a moment!
Ow.
Oh, come on! Do not give up. Keep fighting. Don't follow your training.
Ow.
Got you. There you are. Got you.
Not like the wooden targets, is it?
It is not that. This sword.
What of it?
Mercenaries from Baghdad use these weapons.
Oh, that's
We must
beautiful.
warn the others.
Sword people.
Mercenaries.
That
from
was a
Baghdad.
good sword right there.
How do you know?
Bassem recognized the make of the sword. I believe him.
Bring him in. How do you know these men were from Baghdad?
Growing up on its streets, I have seen their weapons many times. And closely.
Behind every mercenary is a man who gave them their orders.
Yes, and we must act if we are to learn who that is. We will return to Baghdad, seek Ali ibn Muhammad's help.
Ah, of course. Sahib Zanj. He is a dangerous and delusional fool.
Maybe so, but he is one of our only allies in Baghdad. We need him, and we need his men.
I will go back to Baghdad.
Go to Ali. Find out if the Order sent those men.
I will.
وفقك الله.
وفقك الله.
وداعا. أراك لاحقا.
Ah. Nice! We get a nice montage. Ah, I'm just gonna sit back and enjoy this. That's about how I would do Falcon, right? Yep. We're so proud of you. Al, please stop backing me. Yeah, I like that a lot. The skills menu. I understand. Extra tool capacity. Auto-collect. Kickback. Pathfinder. Pathfinder. Oh yeah, these are kilogram. Wait! I wasn't paying attention. Wait, hold on. Wait, those are calligraphy. Wait. Wait, that's amazing. I mean, the fact that it's a scorpion, a spider, and an eagle is a bit silly, but the calligraphy itself is incredible. We're not sure those swords are accurate to the period, but that's been a problem for Assassin's Creed since the beginning. Yeah, I've got a suspicion, and I want to check on it real quick. I just want to see if I look at like a Safavid Samshir. You're gonna end up with something that looks really, really similar to this. Yes, we are dropping a couple frames, it looks like, because my computer's struggling, but... Right. I don't know, I wish there was a not auctioneer that I could look at. Admittedly, right, Christie's is fairly reliable, so we'll actually use their catalog, because they've actually probably vetted this to be not a replica, but an actual piece. Right. I could see it as a Killish, I could also see it as one of these, like, early modern Shamshirs. Both would be, I guess, understandable, if not quote-unquote accurate. Of course the top shelf slot is, Hi. Could you not? I don't need... Fine. Wikipedia, at least one, is open source. Right. So something like that, even though that's a kind of crummy picture. It looks like the main difference is, you know, the flared... The fact that the front edge, or the top edge of the blade, is flared. Where it's not on a Shamshir. So, I'd have to see it again to know which one it is, but that's kind of the space we're working in, right? Some of these aggressively curved swords from either the later Middle Ages, in sort of 12th, 13th, 14th century Turkic weapons, or slightly later Safavid Persian ones. So yeah, I doubt there's a lot of 9th century... I mean, I guess it could be a 9th century sword. There's nothing really stopping it from being, but a lot of our surviving museum pieces are going to be slightly later. I wonder if we have 9th century Islamic sword. I'm curious to see if any museum catalogs show up. Sword history, no. Metropolitan Museum of Art. An essay by the Metropolitan Museum of Art's curators? Oh look, I found it. Oh hey, look. Hang on, I'm switching over to I'm plugging in my mouse again. Hold on. We've got to use the mouse for this. Because, oh boy, is the lag otherwise fully not working. Blah, blah, blah. The expression Islamic arms and armor is a term often somewhat restrictively applied to arms and armor of the Mamluks, the Ottomans, and the Mughals. It's relatively lighter and less extensive. Perhaps the distinctive conical shape helmets with some variation are found in most European and Near Eastern areas under Islamic rule. One variation is a turban helmet, known from the Sasanian tradition, but its sweeping outline has contributed to the type of helmet as seen as decidedly Islamic. So yeah. M-U-G-H A-L-S, but it's pronounced right. Sometimes you'll hear it pronounced in English as Mughal, but you'll also hear it as Mughal. And yeah, the term Mughal is derived from that, which is neat. So yeah. Right, I think that's useful to think about, is that a lot of the research that they are likely to have done on Islamic arms and armor is going to have pulled Mamluk, Seljuk, the Ottoman and Mughal material. And then, in turn, writes off of it in the 16th and 17th centuries. So, the fact that we're seeing some of, like, these sabers cropping up, I think, just makes a lot of sense, right? That is... Hi. Could you actually click on the bloody thing? Thank you. Turkish, probably Istanbul, 16th century. Like, this is not a perfect match, but that's a pretty damn near match. As in the Industry King. Not as in the bumps on a ski slope. But yeah, pulling more... my instinct, and this is purely an instinct, if you recognize pieces that you know are from the earlier period, let me know. But my instinct is that for the most part, we're probably going to see a lot of, sort of 12th century onward, material in our arms and armor. And that's not a bad thing, that's just kind of what survives and is distinctively recognizable. But we're also not, tiny furry dudes with wings. To my perpetual regret. Yay! Hang on, wait. Wait, Basim, have you been initiated yet? Basim has not gone through his initiation yet. There's a great piece called The Saber of Charlemagne. A European sword with Eastern motifs from the Kunsthistorisches Museum. Kunsthistorisches Museum. We love the Art History Museum. Is that in Berlin? A moment of reflection. I looked out upon the mountains at dusk, thinking of how far I've come. I am humble and grateful to be among these people. Initiation fast approaches, and I am more eager than ever to do my part. It is not lost to me that I am filling the shoes of our dead. It is the risk that we take, and a worthwhile one. Vienna. Okay. And a worthwhile one in this fight for freedom. I only pray that I can honor them. The elixir.
I must see Al-Hassan. He awaits me.
I know he does, but patience. I want to poke around. A gift of gratitude. Oh, shouts of Alamut, I was desperate, scrambling under the foot of one so powerful that I despaired of help. Then, like a miracle, the weight was lifted and I could breathe, for my enemy had been struck from the shadows. I pray this token of gratitude finds you. I have faith, but it will. It was you that restored my faith, after all. God, you know, just on a pure narrative level, the sheer difference that you get from playing as someone who is actually an assassin. Like, it's been a while since we had an Assassin's Creed game that featured actual assassins as main characters. And being able to see the operation and it existing inside, like, a social context that is not, like, oh, yes, mercenary work, violence, etc.
There is one thing I do know about today's ceremony. Basim will leave the cave a little bit lighter than he went in.
Ah!
Do not be wicked.
Wicked? I am just being honest.
Good day, Tabid.
I mean, see, I don't really count by account.
Have you heard about Iltani?
Exactly.
One of the first of our founders. She assassinated Alexander the Great with an ingenious poison.
No.
I have attempted to recreate it from historical records. Iltani has taught me that no enemy is untouchable, no matter how powerful they appear.
Thank you for this lesson.
Wafakakallah.
Exactly, right? Bayek is funky because the game is him founding them, so he's a med-J for the most of it. And before them, Syndicate, right, I mean, yes, Jacob and Evie are assassins, but they're also outcasts who are kind of not well liked by other assassins in London. So they just kind of, like, they exist in a slightly dubious context. And, before them, I didn't play Unity, so I don't know. Edward Kenway's an outsider. So then Connor, right? Like, this is the most immersed into the, like, daily life of the assassins as a community. Since
أوقفني إذا كنت قد سمعت بذلك، لكن لا أدري ما إذا كنت أعمل بجد، لكنني أستمر في رؤية
since Altair, like Connor, but Altair?
اللهم احفظني.
Is that the conclusion? Okay, no, Ezio late in like Revelation. Not AC2 Ezio, but Revelation Ezio. But yes, historically, Alexander the Great dies of natural causes. Okay. By natural causes, I mean alcohol poisoning. But, that's fine. Still though, right, natural causes, right, there's always scandalous rumors about natural causes or illness being actually poison. And that's fine. Exactly. Right, Edward only becomes an assassin at the very end after, like, actively saying, no, this is stupid. Right, I mean, we see this in the Anarchy at Samara. I don't know how much we're going to see this, but Alamut, I think, succeeds Al-Mutawakkil and then dies of natural causes, and Al-Tabari is like, some people think it was poison, I don't think they're right, though. But also, yes, Alexander the Great, drunken debauchery, may have done things. So... Oh, hey, that was a cool detail. Oh, he shook the water off his boots. Yeah, that's good animation right there. Hello.
How are you feeling on this auspicious day?
Al-Hassan.
It is strange, Al-Hassan. My head is calmer than I believed it would be. I thought there would be a stormy sea inside. But I am calm and quiet.
Because you have dedicated yourself to your training and left nothing to chance. Here, Bassam. You have earned this.
Yes.
It is a great honor. I suspect you understand that.
Yes. The stormy sea is when they chop off your finger.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the others are waiting for me. Modern. And thank you, Al-Hassan.
You also play as Lydia Fry? Sure, but I suppose... Let's clarify, right? Lydia's very big into the assassin ideology, and that's good, useful. I don't remember there being, like, a lot of scenes of just, like, walking around assassin communities and, like, getting character. Like, I acknowledge that she is an assassin and is very into being an assassin. But, we don't get this sort of scene. Now, Bassam, the hidden blade is a very important symbol to our order. Do not give one away as a gift to anyone you get a, quote, likes freedom vibe from. Yeah. Yeah, about that. We'll step away for a second to get food. What are we up to right now? Getting our finger chopped off. Don't worry about it.
This is a big day for him.
I would be honored to be called to initiation.
I must work harder to become worthy of it. I feel I'm making no progress at all.
The road to initiation is long and very hard. You must take it a day at a time.
Indeed.
Patience, again. A more difficult art than sword combat.
I've been waiting for a good Assassin's Creed game for years. You can be patient for a couple of days, okay? Hello? How are you doing?
How are you feeling?
Ready to make the leap.
I wish you to know it has been an honor to watch you walk your path.
Full out, they're gonna make me cry.
And as a man.
I am grateful to you for leading the way before me.
I am honored. Come. Your new robes await.
Why do you think caliphs were often removed by force in the caliphate of this period? Because,
well. Come. It is time.
There's quite a few reasons, right? So the first one is, overall, right, Caliphal control over the whole Dar al-Islam in this period is weakening. Right, well, Al-Mansur does a phenomenal job, and Al-Abbas before him, really walk a very fine line between Sunni and, or between various religious groups, excepting the Kharijites, who are doing their own thing. They do a really good job on navigating a lot of religio-political factions. That ability is, after Harun al-Rashid, goes way downhill. And so a lot of these caliphs either don't live long enough, or really struggle to control various factions within the sort of geographical heartland of the Abbasid Caliphate, that being the Levant, Mesopotamia, and Western Khorasan. Right, so Iraq, Western Iran, Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. And I suppose the Arabian Peninsula itself. Reason number 2. Being dumb rich does stupid things to family dynamics. And those stupid things involve feeling slighted over very unimportant details. right? Oh no, I was only given $50 million, but I wasn't given $200 million and access to treasury income. So I'm gonna do a murder about it. Well, that's a new caliph right there. Reason number 3. There's already precedent set by the 9th century for places able to break free of Abbasid domination. Morocco, modern Libya, and Spain have all broken free. Persia, sort of eastern Khorasan, is well on its way to doing that, with the Tahirids kind of increasing in prominence going forward, and the entire place is going to fragment really quickly. So that's causing a problem, right? There's this realization that the caliphate is not militarily and politically unstoppable, and so there's precedent to, if you don't like it, do a revolt about it. And thing number 4. The military, right, Turkish Mamluks, are like a really prominent faction with access to an awful lot of knives. And so if you don't appease them, they'll pick someone else. The problem is all the other cities dislike them. And so if you appease them too much, someone else is going to revolt. And either way, suddenly you find yourself having a standing army with a lot of knives pointing in your direction. And that's a dangerous set of 4 factors. Right? Like, there's, at this point, well-established precedent for revolt, and the idea that revolt is effective. There is lots of siblings with a lot of ambition, and not a lot stopping them from stabbing each other. You've got a military that's very stab-happy, and not well-liked. And you're just kind of bad at diplomacy. So, what can you do?
How did you feel on that day so long ago?
I felt afraid. My palms were slick with sweat and my knees were shaking.
Then again, you know, the third caliph got assassinated. So, you know, the really assassination is a tried and true method of solving Islamic succession crises.
Allow me to share a secret with you on this important day. To have courage means to act in the midst of feeling great fear.
I wonder if this is supposed to be kind of earlier architecture. Like, there's nothing that's distinctively like Achaemenid. But I would not be shocked if they are harkening back that direction. Or they're just cribbing from Petra, architecturally. That would be the other thing I could expect, is that they just are cribbing from Petra. Which, you know, would be a very valid choice. Also, I kind of love these outfits. I can't believe this game is making me like Basim. It's truly tragic, isn't it?
Basim ibn Ishaq, are you ready to leave your life behind?
A bit Nabatean.
Path of shadows.
I am.
Are you ready to give up who you once thought you were? Ready to sacrifice everything you held close?
I am.
Never forget the tenets you have sworn to uphold. Stay your blade from the flesh of the innocent. Hide in plain sight. Never compromise the Brotherhood. Then, out of the dark, you will come into the light.
Ah.
And from the light, you will return to the dark.
Hail, Mithra. No, that was Hytham, though, Jakista. That was Hytham, not Basim.
Basim ibn Ishaq, you now follow in the Eagle's path.
Welcome, Hidden One. You have died and been reborn. Now, fight me as your equal. Well done. Which one will I strike with next? My dagger or my sword?
Neither. Apparently both at the same time. Oh, out of time.
Nur!
Oh no!
Nur! Do not strain. Save your strength.
He traveled unprepared. Left Baghdad in a hurry.
Here, drink.
Ali. He is gone. They took him in the night.
They?
The Order. Bring him to my tent.
If Ali is gone, we are blind. The Order has put a fog over Baghdad and their movements.
We must go to Baghdad.
Roshan, Basim, go with Fulev. Leave at once.
Yes, let's go to Baghdad. As much as I like Alamut, right, there's a lot of good stuff happening in Alamut. I really like what they're doing here and I'm making it happen. Camels? Look at them go! Camels are jerks, by the way, chat, if you didn't know. Oh, and if you are feeling like you're delayed, try refreshing the page. With the stream looks more stable now than it was when I was in the document. So, do be willing to do try that to catch up. Camels are absolute jerks. I'm sorry, it was just too tempting. Oh, wow. I believe they are actually singing Arabic, yes.
Basim, we should keep moving.
Anyway.
I'd like to look around first, if I may. Baghdad and its surroundings call to me.
Very well, but do not be long. There will be much to do once we reach Harbia.
Look for a lattice-covered courtyard near Shah's mosque. That is where Nur was gathering his information. That is where we...
Ah. Anyway, camels. Let's talk a bit about them, because that turns out they're really important.
Now, where does my heart take me?
Please tell me that calls the camel. I don't need to see these Ubisoft challenges. Ubisoft. Please tell me that calls the camel. That'd be so funny. It does! Look at him go! Look at the man! The man. Anyway. This asshole, is kind of the reason why we are able to, get such long-distance trade over land in the Dar al-Islam. Like, this is... by the 9th century, they have developed... What the fuck are you? I love it. We'll come back to this in just a second. We'll come back to that. Anyway. Fully loaded, with saddlebags properly designed like this, a camel is able to carry about 500 pounds of gear, or of cargo. So, a caravan of, even a fairly small caravan of like 4 camels, is moving 1 imperial ton of goods across the desert. Now, some of that obviously has to be food and watermelons, but looking a bit farther ahead to some of the big prestige caravans like Mansa Musa's Hajj pilgrimage from Mali across the Sahara to Mecca, that has hundreds of camels. They are moving 30, 40 tons of material in both treasure and in goods. Yes, watermelons for water because the water in them doesn't evaporate. Actually correct. Now, admittedly, you know, a full carpet might be 100 pounds on its own. So, you know, you're looking at like 4... You might look at like 4 carpets plus some material. But, like... That's... Think about how much tonnage, like if we're doing spice trade from northern India, perhaps, across the deserts of kind of eastern Iran. Think about how much spices a camel can carry. Or if you're doing an overland trade from Baghdad to Damascus over camels. That's a lot of material. That's a lot of mangoes. That's a lot of saffron. And so that's a really big deal. They're still assholes. Grumbly bastard. He sure do be. I've only gotten to ride a camel any distance once. It was in Morocco. Well, we did, you know, the classic tourist thing of go out into the desert and go spend a night in the desert. And, you know, an Amazon tour guide has the caravan and we get to ride camels out there. And, the camels are jerks. And we're at night when we were, ooh, flamingos. Look at them go! Look at them go. That night, right, I was going stargazing because I was in the Sahara, and there was no chance I was not going to go stargazing. And some people joined me. And then, you know, the camels started talking to each other because camels are jerks. And they apparently forgot that we were riding, or that we had rode camels in. And so they were like, oh god, what are that? Are we secretly... I thought that all lions were supposed to be extinct in Morocco. I was like, there's only one large animal in the desert in February. And we rode them in. Speaking of lions, was that... That was a louder and different noise. Are there weird random animals out here? Or is that just the camel was being very aggressive? No, I think it was just the camel was being very aggressive. Okay, no, there's something, right? There's something that doesn't sound like... There's something that does not quite sound like my camel out there, but that's fine. Look, I'm not gonna... I do love the flamingos, though. Are these date palms? Looks like it. Oh. That's a good fish. Well, that's kind of a bummer. Where's the rest of the city, chat? Chat, where's the rest of the city? Now, I will say, whatever's going on out there is what I wanted to have happen of, you know, showcase that there is hinterland that is green and has trees and, you know, is not just full desert. Well, then where's the rest of the city? If you follow me on Twitter, you already know this one. But there's a lot of Baghdad in this period east of the Tigris River. Al-Mansur built one of his palaces east of the Tigris. And, lots of government archives appear to be around Al-Muharrem, which is the main district over on the east across the bridge from the Khorasan Gate. There's a lot of government archives that appear to be out there. There's a decent chance the Beit al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom, was out there. And Al-Tabari's house was very likely out there. We don't know exactly where, because obviously the ruins of the city do not survive, and you cannot excavate the center of... You cannot You cannot do an archaeological excavation in the center of modern Baghdad. Like, no. That's a no-go. Oh, you're not dead yet? That's a burly snake. I mean, to be fair, I tend to nope out when I see one. He's just trying to threat display, I know. Yeah, I know. It was mean of me. Wait, yeah, did the upgrade materials make sense in this game? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Nice. So we have vanity slots. We have leather, we have steel, and we have components. Nice. And we can dye our clothing. Wait, we've gone back... We're doing... We're doing it the way. And we've got rabbits and some sort of antelope and flamingos. And we've got clearly very well used agricultural spaces. And we've got fishing going on. And we've got more flamingos. And we've got date harvests. And like, I don't know, this isn't the most... I think they still really play up the city and the not the city divide a little bit too extreme to make Baghdad feel like an oasis in a desert. But it is pretty cool. I don't need to reorient it, I just need this one to orient itself out of my way. Oh, and the boats are different colors. Hey, look at that, they actually painted them. And they are in different colors. Well... Oh, it actually is a village. Oh wait, it actually unironically is a village. Oh wow, and the wilderness goes all the way up here? Oh, we also got a thing, didn't we? Codex. When the Abbasids overthrew the Umayyads in 870, they quickly decided to relocate their capital away from Damascus. In 762, Caliph al-Mansur founded a new city which served as his family's residence for the next half millennium, with an exception of Samarra. After a personal reconnaissance of central Iraq, he chose a fertile plain bounded by the Tigris River, next to a village called Baghdad. In selecting this location, al-Mansur participated in a long tradition of imperial cities in the region. Both the Seleucids and the Sasanians have found their capitals of Seleucia and Ctesiphon, respectively, in the area. Legend has it, a few kilometers to the north of these ruins, the Khalifa used his sword to draw 3 concentric circles in the sand, upon which the city walls were built. Inside the city he installed his palace, large gardens, government offices, and military barracks. In keeping with the Roman tradition of city layout, the concentric circles were divided into 4 quadrants by a Carreo Maximus, the north-south road, and a Decum Manus, the east-west road, which upon leaving the city led to various parts of the empire. From the start, the city had many names. Al-Mansur called it the Medina al-Mansur, his administrator called it the Round City, and his inhabitants Medina al-Salam. In time, all these names disappeared, and only Baghdad remained. Soon, merchants and craftspeople flocked to this new center of power, resulting in vast expansion of the city outside the original walls. By the 9th century, multiple districts on both banks of the rivers hosted hundreds of thousands of Baghdadis. Al-Mansur's creation had become one of the largest and most famous cities in the world. Map of Baghdad's region by Al-Istahri, 12th century copy of a 10th century original, Leiden University Libraries, Leiden, the Netherlands. Image credits. We bless them for the image credits. It is pretty clearly, right, the Gulf Coast, so Basra should be down here, and then this should be Baghdad up here. Leiden has a lot of Arabic manuscripts. Like, Leiden has a lot. Now, Assassin's Creed has always done a good job in their codices of crediting the images. They legally have to, but they do genuinely do a good job of it. Also, you know, the folks who are writing these, just so we're clear, the folks who are writing some of these are hugely respectable. The article I showed at the beginning, right, in my apology bit, cites Blair Anderson. Blair Anderson at the University of Edinburgh is one of the people who wrote codex entries for this game. She is a specialist in Umayyad Iberia, but has done really fabulous outreach work around the entirety of the medieval Islamic world, and actually released an RPG that I need to check out at some point, or I suppose a scenario book for an RPG based on the life of Harder Hardraudi, called A Viking in the Sun, partnering with the University of Edinburgh's History and Games Lab. So, like, seriously, a really cool scholar who I have a ton of respect for. And the fact that they got her on to write stuff for this is so cool. And means, at least as far as the codex entries go, right, her, Dr. Ali Alomi at University of Loyola University, I think, if I remember correctly, contributed more to this game. So, but also worked with some of these codex entries. And, like, really, there are some of the top scholars in the field today helping out with either the codex entries or other parts of the design hiding in here. Someone I need to invite onto the channel, it sounds like, yeah, okay. I hear you. I'll see what I can do. I don't know that I have that many contacts, but I'll see what I can do. Look at how nice this is. By the way, just a really lovely watermill. Is there a profession of game historian? Sort of. There are a lot of... I am about as close as you get to a professional game historian, unless if you're Danny of Critical Role, in which case you are the in-game historian, which is a little bit different. Right, Danny Carr does stupid work as Critical Role's lorekeeper, and that is related, but there's a lot of folks who do various side parts of game studies in addition to their academic research. So, like, I do Vikings and the sort of afterlife of the Viking Age, and games. And Dr. Emily Friedman does 18th century literature and poetry, and actual play. Rob Hodden does the investiture crisis and medieval Italian history, and game studies. Blair Anderson does Islamic history, and game studies. Dr. Angus Mole, who we've had on the channel, does game studies and Mesoamerican archaeology. Dr. Angus Mole is probably about as close as anyone gets to just, like, game reception is... The historical game reception is the thing they do primarily. But he still has background in Mesoamerican and colonial Spanish archaeology. So, there's also independent scholars who do it because they like it. We don't make a... I technically fall into that category, right? I study Norse literature and environment. I'm a rare books librarian. And I play games on the internet. So, that's about as close as we get. But yeah. Lots of folks who do games plus other stuff. And games plus other stuff is just a sick combination. Anyway. The Umayyad and Abbasid periods correspond with important advances in agriculture across the Caliphal territories. They were facilitated by the size of the empire and a taxation system which favored irrigated lands. This is adopted from Sasanian taxation systems, by the way. That is not like an Arabic pre-Islamic thing, because, you know, semi-nomadic society and agricultural or agrarian-dominated society. Kind of a contradiction. Even though this period has sometimes been called an agricultural revolution, it mostly took the form of expansion, intensification, and spread of existing techniques. Pre-existing infrastructure such as Roman or Persian aqueducts, canals, and reservoirs were expanded and brought to previously arid lands. The use of agricultural devices such as watermills, animal-powered water lifts or sakea, and water screws, known across the Mediterranean but sparsely used until then, became widespread. Crops common in the eastern parts of the empire, such as sugarcane or bananas, were adapted to environments from Egypt to Iberia and North Africa. The results were higher yields, larger cities, and plenty of citrus fruits. Chat, by the way, speaking of citrus fruits, I've got a Islamic dessert recipe recommendation for all of you. This is something we had all the time in Morocco, but it's super easy. Take an orange. Slice the orange so you get very nice, beautiful slices. Put cinnamon and just a dusting of nutmeg on the orange. Feed. Congratulations, you have made one of the best desserts. These developments went together with the consolidation of land ownership into the hands of the elite. Large-scale irrigation works were lucrative but costly, and could only be paid for by already wealthy landowners. The Abbasid period is therefore characterized by the expansion of huge estates to the detriment of smaller farmers, leading to widespread discontent. Design for a water wheel worked by donkey power from Al-Jazari's Automata, 1315, Syria or Iraq, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, USA. Apologies. Okay, but I'm gonna steal stuff. Yeah, leather and components. Things that make sense.
Show me the path ahead.
I don't know what's out there, but I wanted to check. Man, okay, this area is actually so pretty. Wait, I take back a lot of the things. Wait, I take back quite a few of the things. This is just a deserty area. But here, where the canals show up, that does so much of what I was hoping it would do. Look at that contrast. They kind of just zoop it up a little bit, but we go... Also, that's clearly a spot. But we get the canals, and we get these really nicely irrigated farms all the way through in between the canal systems, heading into the city itself. You would like to look through the crops if the schedule allows? The schedule allows. I mean, we'll have to progress through the story at some point, but, you know, if we don't beat the game in the Mega Weekend, we'll just beat the game next weekend. Oh no. Tragic. What'll I do? More Assassin's Creed Mirage content? When the game's good? Lemon? Lemon. We're going to assume that that's citron and not cultivated lemon. I'm just going to assume that that's the more bitter citron, rather than lemons, which have to be citrons crossed with oranges. Apparently, game is 15 to 20 hours without completion. Exactly, and I've booked out about 25 hours of streaming time. So, like, we should have time to wander around and just kind of enjoy the vibes. But we shall have to see. This looks like it's wheat. Emmer wheat? Honestly, thank God. No, it's perfect. Right? We get one city. We get a really deep look at... We get a, Wolfie, it's on the schedule here on Twitch. Those times are approximate because sometimes my buses are delayed. But if you check the schedule tab, I've got everything for the weekend posted out there. I don't have time for any 100+ hour games, except Book of Hours. But that's why I don't have time for any other 100+ hour games. Book of Hours is my only 100+ hour game, and I do not apologize. It seems like it's pretty much just wheat, 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 and wheat. Hell hydrate, thank you. It is appreciated. Also, I will say, the other thing, right, is that actually, like, properly speaking, I don't think the the distance is actually as much smaller. A grumbly boy. I don't think the distances are actually that much smaller than they are in Valhalla. Like, that's a lot of meters away. How many is that? 500? Yeah. So that's 500 meters away. The difference is that I believe it when the game says that's 500 meters away. And it's not like 500 meters is like the entirety of Lincolnshire. What did they eat during this time period? Sadly, you know, as I said, we have, there is a cookbook that has been translated from the 10th century that'd give me more detailed answers. But I don't have access to it. I couldn't find a copy. I'll try and take a look before tomorrow's stream again, to see if I can locate that, and that'll give me way more details. But right, wheat is the staple, right? Wheat and rice can be staple crops. Chicken. And fish as proteins. And cows. Lots of fruit. Dates, mangoes, citrus, grapes, etc. You'd love to see lentil fields around here. We did see a bag full of lentils, it looked like. Looked like we saw a bag of lentils and a bag of chickpeas. Alright, a Kharkov dunes. I think hummus is a bit later. But like, honestly, I would not be shocked if it's still kind of in the right vibe, that there is something similar, because all it is just mashed chickpeas, right? So like, as far as it goes, that's not exactly a radical, that's not an Sir, what are you doing here? Sir, Senor. Well, Siddiqui? You're Siddiqui, what are you doing here? You're not even close. Alright, chat. No, chat, it's fine. It's fine. I've got a theory. Okay? So, the theory begins in Assassin's Creed 4. This, 1,000 years in the future. Clearly, Edward Kenway, using the powers of the observatory, somehow found a leopard. Right? And, don't know why he's trying to track a leopard instead of everything else that you could do with that observatory, but I think he tried and found one. And he went and hunted it down, and when he tried to stab it, because, you know, they just kind of zip around like they're goofy, it clipped into a wall, and that caused it to be yeeted into the stratosphere, and falling down it moved so quickly that time reversed, because that's Superman, that's how that works. And somehow time traveled to the other end of the world, and wound up here, right? Right. I mean, this isn't too unusual. Even today, there are leopards in Iraq. Weren't they introduced? Like, I didn't think they were native to Iraq. I thought they got introduced, but I actually don't know that. So, I might be wrong on this. Oh no! Oh, I feel bad. Oh, wait, never mind. I feel bad. Wait, no. Please, you looked at me with those kitty cat eyes. No, you looked at me with those big kitty cat eyes, and then I felt bad. So there is a subspecies of leopard that's native to Iraq. Never mind. All right, we don't need to go conspiracy, Andreas, to answer this conundrum. All right. Shoutouts to not needing to go conspiracy, Andreas. Bandits. Now, what's it doing out in the middle of nowhere? I don't know.
Hold it there.
No. That was like all of them. That was like everybody. Spice bikes can obscure people's vision.
Don't worry, I'm here if anything does turn up.
Hold on.
Yep, you saw nothing. You saw nothing. Nice. They want us to use saffron. I mean, that's not saffron. That's... I mean, I'd say paprika, but, I don't think that would be correct. These, I think, are supposed to be lentils, right? Like, yeah, I'm sure it just says generically spice bags, but I want those to be lentils. Sandalwood? Yeah. Mace powder? All good options. What if we write down this random guy? Hang on. Hang on, where now? Who are you? What are you doing out here? Ya Sadiki. You having a good time? I'm gonna write circles around you, okay? He's looking for the leopards. Fair. Valid.
Let us get a wider view.
I want to take a look at that rock. And then we're going to take another break. Because it looks like there's ruins around this rock, and that makes me suspicious. Well, that's a Persian name, alright. Temple of Marduk. Yep. Understood. Well, okay, so I take back what I said about how we're gonna do this and then take a break. We're just gonna be here. Let's get on top of it. Do we have the power? I feel like we should have that power. Let me climb. This, clearly not a normal rock. It's not going to let me, will it? No, that has to be a path, because that's a viewpoint. That's a viewpoint, like it's supposed to be. And also thank you to the anonymous gifter who gave Lizard in the Dark a tier 1 gift sub. You are appreciated. So is this the remnants of a ziggurat? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't not look like it. Could be anything. It's got the wrong structure for a ziggurat, like, that's not how ziggurat structures and terraces work. Honestly, I think it's just a pile of bricks. I think it's just a pile of bricks. Well, I suppose if it's Marduk, it's not, it's older. A historical site. Mysterious shirt. The Codex entries are historical sites, not these ones. Based on the basket of stones, you think it's being harvested for building materials? Which it should be. You think this is a real place? If during the break here, if you can look it up and post a link, that'd be super cool. Speaking of which, we're going to take another break to stand up and do things. You don't think that's Sumerian? You rather assume it's the same tower? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. And then we're going to go explore the spooky cave, because I'm sure the spooky cave is going to be good. If you gotta get going, you gotta get going, but to everyone else, I will see you in just a couple of minutes, okay? Alright, welcome back everyone. So, they have found it. Dur-Kurigalzu. It is in fact a real site. Though I don't know why we are using the... Why they're using the Akkadian name for it in the 9th century. I guess that's my only question. Why are we using the Akkadian name for it in the 9th century? Anyway, regardless, welcome back everyone. Hope you've been enjoying this. If you just tuned in recently, as always, I am Adam. We're playing Assassin's Creed Mirage and having a grand old time. We have grown up a little bit. We have lost a finger, as in glorious known assassin tradition. We are now entering Baghdad. And by entering Baghdad, I mean exploring an eroded ziggurat outside of Baghdad. You didn't think we were gonna not do that, did you? So, if you've been enjoying this, make sure you hit the follow button to be notified for all of the mega weekend of Assassin's Creed Mirage. We're having a great time. Like, right, this game's lovely. We're having a great time with it. We're loving the historical codex entries. And if you want to support the channel further, make sure you hit the subscription button or head over to patreon.com/LittleHistory to unlock some exclusive perks for as little as $2 per month, and potentially for a little bit more, make me play your favorite historical game. Let's get back into it. And by get back into it, I of course mean to Wikipedia. Dur-Kurigalzu, or Alamut, is an Akkadian city. Or, well, Kassite, and then Akkadian. So this apparently is a ziggurat originating to Enlil that has since decayed very far, giving it its weird moundy shape. And that's what we get. There's, of course, according to the game, an explorable ancient temple underneath it that is full of loot, and that is what we are here for. Obviously.
Wait, what?
Wait, that wasn't who I thought I was going to get. Ow. Oh. Oh, that's very good. Oh, that's very good. Whew. The sword again, but less fancy. I think we can officially say that this is a Shamshir, not a Kilish, because it's not flared. It doesn't have the flare. Also, yes, very nice, very, very large leopard skins. Hello, chickens. Shh. Don't worry about it too much. I see they found some loot. They found Arabic dirhams in an Akkadian temple. You know. They found modern pressed ingots of presumably gold in an Akkadian temple. Or a Kassite temple, I should say. As you do. Well, we definitely lit that on fire, but that is okay. It deserved it. Maybe I'll just cause explosions in small and close spaces. Ah yes, famous cast site barrel vaulting. Wait. Altair is also a heretic who doesn't give a shit about, like, tradition and ritual, and has no respect for his elders. So, you know. Yeah, sorry. Weather's feeling very stabby today. No, that wasn't what I wanted to do. There we go. Yoink.
Grant me strength.
What in the Pirates of the Caribbean is this? Actually, yeah, you know what? While I will stand by what in the Pirates of the Caribbean is this, also, what in the Aladdin is this? I wonder if this is the 40 Thieves quest that we've just broken it or done it a bit early. Cause, I mean, this is straight out of a bunch of the stories in, this yonder book. Speaking, of course, fabulous buried treasures from ancient times in spaces like the City of Brass, or, literally the cave in Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. That being said, almost every reference to this is gonna get a DLC this shit, Edward Said. So, you know, just be warned. Yes, actual folklore, but also, come on. 1001 Nights, we can be more creative than that. Especially since all of this is like contemporary. And assassiny. Well, don't mind if I do. It doesn't... It... Poison thickens the air when foes are felled. Alright. Why not? You'll forgive it if we get a musical knife? True. That'd be pretty based. Well. Good job, team. By the way, chat, this feels enough like AC1 that I'm continuing to hit the scroll wheel like it'll make me walk faster. Or hitting right trigger like it'll make me go faster, like in AC1. A musical... I did line skip. I did line skip and see a musical knife instead of a musical number and a knife. There is a cast site ziggurat from a real ancient city near Baghdad, and we're going to ignore what's underneath it. But you know, like, unironically, well, I tend to equate a lot of the so-called, like, you know, ancient ruins and things that you see in Islamic literature and Islamic folktales to refer to Achaemenid Persian materials. So, you know, Persepolis, and potentially even Sasanian materials like Ctesiphon. Right? To a non-zero extent, right, I think it is perfectly valid to look at that and go, yeah, you know, that means to look at that and identify it as referring back to Mesopotamian, Akkadian, Neo-Akkadian, Kassite, potentially even occasionally Sumerian. I mean, like, yeah, all of that is just part of the, like, part of the space. And so, again, hey, Basim, you don't have to. Basim. He really he's practicing. He's not confident on his leap of... He's really not confident on his leap of faith vibes. Neo-Babylonian, yeah. Yeah, right, the Wikipedia page also says that they, you know, the original Orientalists, right, European visitors to Baghdad in the Safavid period, look at this and go, obviously it's the Tower of Babel. You know. The thing from the place. From, like, the one story we know.
Survey the area, Enkidu.
That's what I'm looking for. I mean, also the minaret at Samarra. Right, the minaret at Samarra explicitly influences Bruegel the Elder's depiction of the Babel. Let's see what it says. On the outskirts of Baghdad stands what looks like at first sight like a hill bounded by winds. On closer inspection, however, the form is made of baked bricks which form a 60-meter high structure. According to an inscription found on one of them, they were placed by King Dur-Kurigalzu II in the 14th century BC. It is the last standing building of the former capital of the Kassite Empire. The Kassites ruled over the central and southern Mesopotamia from the 16th to the 12th century BC. While their precise origins are uncertain, they adopted many of the cultural and political practices of their Babylonian predecessors. Amongst them was the construction of ziggurats, terraced compounds made of receding levels that served as temples. In Dur-Kurigalzu, this took the form of a 69 by 67 meter building, of which only the core survives. Around it were a royal palace and entire city, both of which were destroyed by the Elamites of southeastern Iran around 1155 BC. The ziggurats served as a temple for centuries, but it too was eventually abandoned. Devoured by time and sand, it nonetheless remains one of the most iconic buildings of the area, often confused with the biblical Tower of Babel by medieval and early modern travelers. You know, I know the whole putting Bronze Age Mesopotamian history in 9th century Baghdad is a bit of an Edward Said moment, But you're interested in how they deal with it, how people who don't know anything about that section of history react to it or take interest in it? So you're talking about, like, modern players, right? Modern players who don't know anything about the period being like, ah, yes. How do we react to it? How do we learn about it? How do we do stuff, right? Yeah. I agree. I think it's super interesting, and given that the odds of getting another game set in this time period and in this region, right? We have Old World as an RTS. We're going to have Total War Pharaoh for, you know, Total War, whatever you want to classify Total War as. And we'll have this. And that's probably the extent of the representation of the ancient Near East that we're going to have for a hot second in video games. So, you know, that representation is good. And that is a landmark that is visible in the city. And that is a landmark that it makes sense to want to instruct modern audiences about, even if, or perhaps even though, the people in the culture don't know anything about it. And that's something, that's one of the strengths of their codex system, right? I often rag upon the codex system as a fairly often lackluster way to view history, and to, like, completely, separate history from games, or from the gameplay. But I think this is honestly a place where that works quite well. Oh. You don't have to be that way. Nailed it. Look upon my works, you mighty in despair, nothing besides remains around the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare. The lone and level sands stretch far away. We do love some Tennyson. We do love some Tennyson. Or, sorry, that's Percy Bysshe Shelley, isn't it? Heck. Look, they were like that. Shush. Tennyson does have poems about the same, or works around the same area as do some of his artist friends, and I goofed. Don't worry about it. You don't pay me to do 19th century poetry. Right, chat? Tennyson, Byron, and Percy Bysshe Shelley are all interchangeable. Exactly. Counterpoint. William Blake or bust. You're not wrong. Given the... I heard a bleep loop. I assume the bleep loop means I'm near something.
Guide me.
The bleep loop means I'm near a chest. So that's something. I kind of assumed the bleep loop mean I was also be near a, historical point? But you know, I may have to take the L on that one. I'm sure not seeing it. Oh, there's just there's a bunch of stuff out there. What's the deal? What your eagle's eyes see, Enkidu? Wait, where'd they go? Wait, there were 3 pop-ups. Where'd they all go? Nah. It's fine. Oh. Nar, not explosives puzzles. Not self-contained explosives puzzles in my video games. Ha! I guessed right. We can't cheese them with explosive arrows. Exactly. Well, heck. I'm sure the weird black geometric stone is definitely not relevant to anything. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's not relevant to anything. It's not... No. Hey, Roshan? Hey, Roshan. Hey, Roshan. Roshan, I've got something I think you need to see. Admittedly, I have gone the complete wrong direction, Liz. The game said go explore, and I ran the opposite direction from what the game wanted me to go. So, this is my fault. How much do you want to bet these are Sumerian things belonging to one of the Anunnaki? Aww. You're correct, but I don't like you to say it. That or Gilgamesh. Those are really the only options, aren't they? Okay. At least it kind of makes sense that there's a dead body at the bottom of something this deep. It's better than AC Valhalla's skull problems, but... Okay, I'm not... like, no cap. That skybox is real pretty. Look, I know this skybox is not as dramatic as AC Valhalla, especially Norway skies, but I kind of like it way more. There were Sargonavakaz mask, geometric body ruins, Cassite cigarette. You expect everything with the bronze statue of Marduk and the bull throat of Dur-Kurigalzu. Yeah, the vibes are oriental, but anyway. Exactly. Does our camel have a name? Not yet. A compliment. You know, fair enough. I think we deserve a compliment for ourselves and for... Notoriety? Wait, there's a notoriety? Balthazar? Balthazar is a great name for a camel. Wait, holy shit. Okay. I actually love that. Wait, I actually love that notoriety system. Right? Actually make the gameplay more difficult? In ways more complicated than hunter ships? Balthazar, you noisy bastard. Maybe, just idea we should catch up with the group in Baghdad. Aww. But what if I went to Akbara instead? I mean, look at this place that definitely wants to get us. Like, we're pretty sus.
Lend me your eyes.
I mean, I'm mostly in it for the history tokens. I'm gonna be real. So let's just assume. Perhaps we just assume, that we'll go back there later for the history tokens. Anyway, actually, there was a... No, wait. Oh, I fucked it. Oh, chat. Not again. We're here again. So, a compliment was redeemed. I think... Oh. For, a compliment... I want to talk a bit about, the... I want to talk a bit, actually, about... Let's actually look around here to see what they're doing. Because it looked like... Well, apart from the loot, yeah. Here. Okay, game. I am not pushing this button. Please stop saying I'm pushing it. Right, there's obviously some looting going on, which, you know, is a thing, but whatever. But importantly, right, they're also taking these bricks, and they're using them. And that's a clear bit of evidence to suggest this sort of, like, meaningful reuse of, ancient sites to, like, serve as quarries for contemporary building projects. This is a super duper well attested practice, and something that Assassin's Creed Valhalla tried to represent by just having all the buildings in England be like of Roman origin or made of wood. But it didn't make sense there that they were having really well preserved Roman styles of buildings that much later. Here, right, we're not pretending that this is well preserved. And we're not pretending that it is held in any awe or reverence. It is a landmark, and part of that landmark is to be reused. And so if you need a couple of bricks for a building project, just go grab some bricks. It's not that far out of town. It's fine. Prize and pyramids, limestone? Yup. Look at that caravan go. They're so good. Also, side note, you really appreciate how comparatively, like, simple and normal looking Basim's outfit is? True. Big true. Liz, were you here yesterday? You were not here yesterday. In that case, we're gonna have to do another clothing vibe check. Don't tell me that there's some of this. Don't tell me the loot is going to be annoying. Please don't tell me the loot is going to be annoying. Oh no, the loot is just I need to move a thing. We're good. We just have to get the anvil out of the way first. Mr. Anvil, what are you doing here? Mr. Haybell, this makes sense what you're doing here. Oh. Dang it. Not. That's just pickpocketing. Like, that's not a key, that's just pickpocketing. Nice! Emerald. Lurk. I lost the key near this watermelon. It must be recovered. Please keep a lookout and show your fire return to me at once. Do not speak a word of this to Ali. He entrusted me with the key, and if he finds out I've lost it, he'll come down on me with the wrath of 1,000 lions. Cool. How the hell did you lose it down there, bud? Oh, bud. 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 You're gonna make me jump into the water down here. Ah, my robes are gonna be smelly for the rest of the day now. That water was pretty fetid. Here's your one dagger upgrade schematic. True. Let us pet the leopards, you cowards? True. Alright, let's just... Oh, and I love this silhouette. Wait, I love that city skyline. With the Caliphal Palace and the Caliphal Mosque. Just there. Somewhere around there with another points of interest around here. Oh, we just keep going. Oh, yeah. There's actually a decent amount of space outside of Baghdad proper around here. That's pretty cool. There's... nice. That's a nice shot. That's a history gate. Wait, do they just tell me where they are? Wait, are they just gonna tell me where things are? Wait, that'd be so nice if they just say, yeah, okay, there's a history site right there. No stress, no fuss. Just when you feel like getting it, go get it. Huge. Yoink. My god! What are you doing? Wait, never mind. That's... I mean, that's very cool. That's also just, like, untextured, though. That's like, there's a hole cut in it. Actually, I saw a Russian gospel book in the library I work at the other day that had a page almost exactly like this, and it had a portrait of John the Evangelist on one leaf, so that way you could, when you flip the page, in order to start reading the Gospels, you can protect it. Nice and protected and good, and you have that, like, fabric thing in the way, basically. That's a lot of paper pinned up for dubious benefit. Not gonna lie. Like, that's a big piece of paper to just hang out. These games continue to have a very weird relationship to paper. Oh, and by the way, I do say paper here deliberately, because these are paper, not parchment. I think there may be some textures turned off due to my graphical settings, yes. God, I mean... Talk about a lead up into a city. Would 9th century Baghdad be using papyri at this point? Maybe occasionally, but for the most part they're using paper. Paper made out of linen as the dominant, but some Indian cotton imported paper as well. The Iron Gate. The Gate of Baghdad. From its foundation, Baghdad was surrounded by walls which protected its inhabitants against invaders and sandstorms. A series of large gates allowed military, processional, and commercial transit through these impressive fortifications. The city's most striking feature was its round layout. The circular design was inspired by newer cities founded in the 7th century and by the ancient cities like Gur or Ardashir, founded by Sasanian kings, centuries before Caliph al-Mansur created Baghdad. By the 10th century, Baghdad had outgrown the original round city, and it was abandoned. Because of the destruction of the city by the Mongols in 1258, and the subsequent urbanistic development on top of the ruins, no archaeological evidence of it remains. The circular inner city could be accessed through 4 equidistant gates. Each led to a different region or city of the empire and took its name from its destination. Kufa, to the southwest. Basra, to the southeast. Khorasan, eastern Iran and Uzbekistan, to the northeast. And Sham, to the northwest. Sham is also called Bab al-Nubi after one of the stewards of the gate, who is of Nubian origin. Many more gates dotted the outer wall. Most took their name from a feature or an activity performed in the vicinity, like a pomegranate market. Or mill. Yeah, this would be Bab al-Sham. So, would be its full name. So this would be Bab al-Kufa, Bab al-Khorasan, Bab al-Sham, and Bab al-Basra. Some were known for famous events that they hosted. As in other cities in the Empire, the Iron Gate was thus called because it served as the gibbet, on which the heads of traitors were displayed, as a warning to others. Most famously, Caliph al-Amin, as my correction said, or Gatewing al-Amin, after his defeat in a civil war. Gatewing al-Amin, meets a very sad end. God, what a...
Such familiar sights.
Greetings once again, Baghdad. Show me what I have missed.
What an incredible...
Sure. I don't mean to boast, but I've taken the ears of 7 of them. Take out the horse's legs, then pick them off like the fleas they find so off with you!
Oh look! He's a cross person. Aww. I suppose I should not interfere with the construction project. Also, you actually see someone, like, supervising the construction work. And writing. With a specific type of quill. Oh, sorry. Hi, Jack. Wait, no.
You have no business here.
Okay. I mean, I see a shiny, so I do have business here, but fine. I have history sites first. Prisons. At least 7 prisons existed in Baghdad, holding anywhere from a few dozen to a few hundred prisoners each. Being condemned to spend time in any of these overpopulated jails was considered one of the worst forms of punishment possible, and there are multiple examples of inmates begging to receive corporal punishments instead. Most prisoners were debtors. The pressures of a life in prison were designed to make them pay what they owed to the state or to other individuals. Side that met all kinds of felons, from petty thieves to people convicted of public drunkenness. Criminal offenders were rarely held in prison, as more serious crimes, blasphemy, murder, were punishable by death. Some prisoners lived in awful conditions, but this depended on class and rank. Underpaid guards stole what they could, including already insufficient rations of food and water awarded by the Khalifa administration. Violence between detainees and the mass use of restraints, which for instance prevented standing for prayer, were other terrible aspects of life in an Abbasid jail. Women had their own jails in which conditions also sucked. Worse still existed. Political and religious opponents that the caliphs dared not execute were sent to the Mutbaq, a prison made of deep walls. There they await death in total silence and darkness. A key from Nishapur from the 9th or 10th century, held in the Met. Oh! Wait. Hell fucking yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, you're doing crimes. You're doing fashion crimes, and you might get thrown in jail about it. But hey, look, they're Christians. Copts, I would say either Copts or Nestorians, I'd say, are probably equally likely. Maybe Copts a little more so. Also, this guy is a Qadi. Right, he's got the tall hat, and then the hood on over the top of the tall hat. This guy's probably a judge. Don't worry, this is the Caliph, yeah. Is he wearing velvet? Well, we're gonna push him. Looks like he's wearing silk. Maybe velvet. No, I'm gonna say silk. Pictures taken moments before disaster. Exactly, so let's just take a look at who we see around. I mean, look at that outfit. Wait. I count 1 layer, 2 layer, a sash, a 3rd layer, and then a belt. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! The guys are also wearing basically the same thing, just, you know, tied differently a very similar overgarment, but then the underclothes are very different to reflect different styles common in the period. I need to download a copy of the outfit, or of the dissertation on court dress in the Abbasid Caliphate. I need to download another copy of that, but there is one that exists, so... Don't mind me. And then you get the markets up top, or you get these little, like, social areas up top that have covered pavilions, and there are workspaces, and are set up with, like, little gardens so you can enjoy it, socialize. Roof life is legitimately underappreciated. Right? I mean, this is obviously an interpolation based on later, or based off of later evidence and contemporary Arabic styles. But yeah, no, I buy it. Right? As soon as we have surviving architecture, we have roof life. So I think it's fair to assume in this town where we don't have surviving architecture, we still had roof life. Because roof life rules.
Be my eyes, Enkidu.
There's just so much stuff. There's so much town in this town. You know, that makes sense. I probably didn't need to mark the obviously ginormous... the obviously gigantic minaret that is dominating the town. Roof life is possibly older than... I think roof life is probably older than the door.
I have idled long enough. Roshan and Fulad are surely awaiting me at the bureau.
Okay, but like, what if we idled a little bit longer? Like, we have a minaret to climb. Look at the tile work on that. Look at the tile, it's so good. And of course, unlike, you know, Assassin's Creed set in the Christian world, where we have bells, well, actually, you would think we might still have some flavor of bell in here. But for the most part, right, what we're listening for is the call to prayer. Right, they've said that we should be able to hear it. So hopefully we get it. Because, you know, that'd be rad.
Yeah.
Well, let me keep climbing. Okay. Okay, point taken. Basim. Basim, no! Wait, we're good. Wait, we're fine. No, if it was classic AC, I'd be super dead there. There we go. And then there's another one there for the next one. Perfect. We'll grab those three, we'll head over here, we'll get this, or we'll grab this one, we'll grab that, and then we'll do that. The prison is adjacent to the mosque. There are mosques, you can't go anywhere without hitting a mosque, so, you know. Is that right? I don't know. The city doesn't survive for us to know that for 100% sure. But, right, there's so many mosques built in Baghdad in this period. There are dozens of mosques. And so the odds that one of them is right next to the prison is just kind of inevitable. Anyway, today, Islam is widely understood to be based on 5 pillars. Core beliefs and practices are shared to some degree by every Muslim. The first is monotheism and the assertion of the Shahada, a declaration that there is no God but God, and that Muhammad is his prophet. To become a Muslim, one simply has to recite this statement with conviction. The second pillar is prayer, performed 5 times a day at set times. The prayer starts with ritual ablutions, washing, of the hands, faces, and feet. Then at the call of Muezzin, Muslims turn to Mecca and recite verses of the Quran either out loud or silently while adopting a series of suppositions. They can pray anywhere, but should, if they can, attend a public prayer every Friday in a mosque to experience the feeling of fellowship. The third is almsgiving to a set amount of one's wealth in order to support less fortunate members of the community. The fourth is fasting from the first to the last day of the day during the holy month of Ramadan, considered a period of introspection on one's real needs and openness to and compassion for the less fortunate. Finally, every Muslim who can should make a pilgrimage to Mecca at least once in their life, dressed in the same humble white clothes as their fellow pilgrims, to emphasize everyone's equality. The 5 pillars are alluded to in the Quran and in anecdotes about the life of the Prophet Muhammad. However, the details of their application have evolved over time, giving way to small differences in the practice of Islam between various Muslim groups. This is going to be a Quranic manuscript. 9th century, North Africa, from the Khalili collections. On paper, written in gold leaf, with filagration. You know, I was afraid they would somehow downplay the Islamic religious aspects of the sitting. True. Very true. And I am so glad that they have not. Right? I am so grateful that they have not downplayed the Islamic, aspects of this world. From casual invocations of Allah to kind of foregrounding these historical things. And people having to care for it, right? Even with people washing their feet before they go in, the rugs get dirty, and so someone has to wash them out. And that's pretty neat. Anyway. It should be oriented that, I'm guessing, that that's going to be our alcove that points towards Mecca. Obviously that depends a little bit on each... Oh wait, sorry. That's going to be the door into the main mosque, which is closed off to us, and that's fine. So there's the outer courtyard of the mosque, and then there's the actual inner mosque, which for the time being at least is closed to us, which I'm not upset about. Inside the mosque, there's going to be an alcove where the speaker and the leader, or imam, is going to sit in order to lead the prayers, and that's as they face into that alcove, it spreads their voice and serves as a sort of pseudo amplifier. The minbar. If they treated Islam like they treated Christianity and everywhere else, a lot of people would be real mad. Yeah. Yeah. And as you said, it would be deserved. Wow. God, the city is so dense. I was like, oh, I'm not that far. No, I'm just 50 meters away from one. Right there. Wow, just punch that kid. A book? Oh, no, not a bird from the other side. That's a good market stall right there. Look at them go. Don't hit me with a bird from the other side. Wait, we're good. We're good. Everything's fine. Okay, everything's kind of fine. I'll have to get an angle on this bloody door lock. Seriously? I guess I could cause an explosion about it. That's probably bad, huh? That was probably bad of me to do, huh?
Got you.
Yep. The door didn't even blow up. True. True. Catalog a book. Hey, wait. Hey, wait. I mean, we don't seem to have a book 2 catalog because, you know, it's not there, but that's fine. Look at them. Oh, look at them. The Crow, the Cobra, and the Jackal, a tale from Khalila wa Dimna, 13th century, Baghdad, Iraq. In the Bibliothèque Nationale Française. Look at what a good guy. What an absolute baby. I love. Khalif's sons were raised in the harem, away from the world they might come to rule. Many means existed to educate them about it, from tutors to special administrative jobs. Among them was the so-called Mirror of Princes, something that also exists in medieval Europe, in which lessons were offered through parables. The most famous example is Khalila wa Dimna. This collection of fables tells the story of a king, Deb Shlim, who seeks the counsel of the wise Bidpai on matters of statesmanship and court politics. The old man responds with interwoven stories featuring animals, in particular the 2 jackals Khalila and Dimna, who attempt to gain admission into the Lion King's inner circle through the telling of clever animal tales. Khalila wa Dimna's creation followed the same path as many other texts of the time. The text first appeared in a 3rd century BC Indian text called the Panchatantra and was translated from a Middle Persian version into Arabic around 750. New elements were added at each step. The translator, Ibn al-Muqaffa, was a prolific writer and one of the most notable intellectuals in the Abbasid court, producing both translations and original works. His corpus not only introduced Indian and Persian works to a popular audience, but also preserved them for future generations. Khalila wa Dimna has since inspired many other collections of stories, from Machiavelli's The Prince to the Fable de la Fontaine, and is still widely read today. Worth it. Fantastic. Excellent. True. Oh, so the book we got. There was your cataloging of the book. I solved the problem. Shh, no one saw anything. You're also a Qadi. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you. A Sumerian ring. A Sumerian ring. Hang on, let me look at my inventory. Let's do this properly. In my bag, we have an upgrade schematic. Oh, Kalilo Adimna. There, our cataloging. My friend would tell me these when we wandered the streets looking for morsels of steel. He told me he had made them up. Only later did I realize that some people can recite these tales almost as readily as the Quran. My favorite tale is the one with the carpenter and the monkey. And to me it teaches an important lesson about patience and walking before you run. That's not really Orientalism, but it is sort of this conflagration. Right, the reason why I give it that is, that while this is not strictly Orientalist, it is softly sort of doing this, conglomeration of the entire deep history of the ancient Near East into a single moment. And while this is not truly something that will offend, Edward Said, because, for anyone who doesn't actually know, right, Edward Said, the man in yonder, badly photoshopped meme, is, best known for his work from the 1970s, Orientalism, which argues basically that the, Middle East has been defined, primarily as or rather, the, Middle East kind of exists however the West needs it to, and that the West uses the Middle East as a way to define itself by what it isn't. Now, when Edward Said is writing, there's obviously some movement already away from this, but he thinks a lot about the works of 19th century collectors, such as, Richard Burden and Antoine Galland, sorry, the collectors and translators of the Book of 1001 Nights, that looks at romantic and pre-Raphaelite depictions of the harem and all the weird shit that they do. And so he's an incredibly important theoretician, but his ideas have received some pushback more recently. Right, nowadays we tend to think about there being multiple Orientalisms as different contexts of the West look to the East. So we have him very affectionately in meme format to judge when games do Orientalism and treat characters within the game will fetishize aspects of Islamic culture that are distinct from Western European and Anglo-American culture, and treat them as this weird, spooky thing full of mystery, right? Whenever we get to a harem, I expect there is plenty of room for dubious works. Somewhat similar to Frantz Fanon's work on how racial whiteness is defined through its relationship to blackness. Absolutely. Edward Said and Frantz Fanon absolutely exist in phenomenal dialogue with each other. Frantz Fanon is an Algerian author working in the wake of French colonialism and the Algerian Civil War, and his work is so damn good. And predates, right? He's writing a little bit before Said's big well-known works, but absolutely they are works that talk to each other and speak to a lot of the same cultural movements of post-colonial Middle Eastern sociology. Absolutely super important, and right, they while they're not the originators of post-colonial theory, they define an entire generation of post-colonial theorists. And into the 1990s and 2000s, right, a lot of post-colonial discourse is either agreeing with or pushing back and nuancing their work. So for a full generation of scholarship, they kind of define the leading conversations, and that's real damn cool. Also, Kaneki, thank you for the follow just now. Hope you've been enjoying. Overall, though, like this game has done a remarkable job on not being Orientalist fanfiction, and I'm genuinely delighted. Right, really, the part that I feel the most dubious about, right?
That all controlled products and items must be marked by the official seal. Remember to check for the official seal.
Thank you, sir. Quality assurance. But right, like they are, I don't know. The place where I feel like has been the most kind of narratively stereotypically orientalizing or drawing on Orientalist media is the idea of Al-Mutawakkil as this like super ineffectual kind of weak-willed person who is being misled by the Order of the Ancients, right, by this spooky secret advisor cult with ulterior motives, is very much, right, weak Sultan, strong Wazir. And that's very Aladdin of you. And anything that makes me say, very Aladdin of you, almost automatically gets a... do you see the shit? Edward Said.
Citizens of Baghdad, the rebels have met a new defeat. Rejoice in our Khalifa's swift reprisal against those who would deny his authority.
Who is the Khalifa now? Sorry. Quick question.
Would-be travelers. The Sahib al-Shurta warns that the roads beyond Baghdad are littered with bandits. Venture there only at your own risk.
Quick question. Sorry. Super duper quick question, folks. Who's the Halif right now? Because if it's been 6 months, the kid we met, right? The kid we met. What's his name? Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Jafar. He's also dead. If it has been at least 6 months of training, he is also dead. I think. Let me make sure on that. Let me make sure that he is actually Al-Mutasim. And he's not Al-Mutaz or someone. So, just quick sitting here. Wow, everything lags out a little bit. Nope, it's not Al-Mutasim. Al-Mustayn? Al-Mustayn... yes. No. Okay, Al-Mustayn is Caliph 862 to 866. Al-Muntasir... I'm getting distracted. I'm getting got by all the Al-Moons. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm getting got. Abu Jafar Muhammad Al-Muntasir Billah. Yes. Wait. No? Abu Jafar... No, this is also just not right. So that's not him either. Which caliph do they want this to be? I'm so confused. Okay, found him. It is Al-Mutaz. So he rules from 866 to 869 in a period of civil war. So this is Al-Mutaz. So his older brother is the one who originally gets set up as Al-Mutasir. He dies. His successor, then he gets passed over the succession against Al-Mutawakil's wishes for Al-Musta'in. He goes into exile and then comes back and sets himself up in Baghdad. So this guy's gonna die. This guy's also gonna die of torture. Unlucky, by the way. For the record, unlucky. But yes. Abu Abdallah Muhammad ibn Jafar al-Mutaz Billah. So yeah, he is the second choice. He is second in line to the throne after his older brother, who dies at the age of 24 due to causes. He dies due to causes. Hello. The Abbasid Revolution. We got a beautiful map of it. Wait. No, this is the potentially poison or potentially illness causes. This is not stabby causes. That's everybody else. This is the potentially poison causes. The Abbasids come to power during a revolution, 747 to 750. Start earlier than that. This is the last phase of the revolution. But I start earlier than that. During which family members descended from the Prophet Muhammad's uncle Al-Abbas led Arab dissenters, largely composed of troops from Iraqi and Khorasani regiments, against the Umayyad Caliph in Damascus. Of particular import was the military leader Abu Muslim, a general of either Iraqi or Persian descent, whose prowess on the battlefield eventually led to the toppling of the reigning dynasty. If you were here yesterday for our lecture, you would know this guy. He gets assassinated by Al-Mansur. The Umayyad dynasty had been caliphs since 661. As a result of the rapid expansion of the empire in the ensuing years, tensions arose between local peoples and Umayyad administrators. In the 740s, the Umayyad Empire was significantly challenged by North African peoples. The massive number of troops sent to these western lands in a failed attempt to reassert caliphal authority in the region aided the Abbasid revolution in the east. The notables of the Eastern Empire who weren't unhappy with the reigning dynasty, specifically their tax policies, indeed took advantage of the weakened Umayyad military position to attack its Syrian heartlands, the power base of the dynasty. With fewer troops available, the Umayyad center of Damascus, Damashq, soon fell to Abu Muslim's troops at the Battle of the Zab in 750. After the victory, the newly installed Abbasid caliphs struggled with what to do with the dangerously popular hero of the revolution. Eventually, to secure his power, Khalif al-Mansur had the troublesome Abu Muslim assassinated. The Abbasid dynasty, however, continued to rely on its Persian power base, a fact reflected both in the move of the capital to a more eastern city, Baghdad, as well as in the choice of the top administrators of the empire. So, at least in theory, we should expect that this Abdullah is very fresh on the throne. Right, if it's been 6 years already, right, if we just secretly skipped a full 6 years, and he's now returned to Baghdad during the anarchy. He's brand new on the throne. He'd been in exile in Arabia. Did Iraqi exist yet as a category? I don't actually know. I don't know if that's like a fully formed ethnic identity or if that's just kind of an administrative... I don't know if that's a fully formed category, if that's an administrative convenience that happens to kind of manifest eventually into... Wait, we can pole vault? Wait, that's kind of sick. Right, I was thinking as an ethnicity, I don't think it exists yet. I think it may exist as a, administrative category for the, sort of areas, the administrative district of Basra. Right, because Baghdad is its own administrative unit. So, it's not there. But there may be elsewhere that, right, is administered with, like, the governor of Iraq. Right, would be kind of the title when you translate it. All that effort for a flamingo feather. Oh, up we go. Up we go. Up we go. Turn. Clearly up there. Round we go. And we are now on top of another minaret. I love how many minarets there are. Hang on. So I mean, yes, obviously. Obviously we need to mark that. That might be the only one, like, nearby. But also, let's count the minarets that we can see. We've got the one we're standing on. We've got another one over there. As we look this way. No, 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 no. There's that one that we were at earlier, so that's 3. We know that there's a 4th one over there that you can just barely see. There's a 5th one out there that you can barely see. There's a 6th there. 7th over there. So yeah, that's 7 minarets. That's fully 7 minarets in the space of visible sight of this section of the city. And then there's another one out there. Wait, that's so many. Alright. We'll go grab this one and then we'll go do this and then we'll end. Because it is getting late. So we'll grab the close one, we will end up in the Assassin's Bureau, and then we will pick up actual plot next time. Sound good? Because otherwise we're gonna, like, crunch through all our history content early and then just have to, like, play the game. And I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, we've got wooden grated windows. That's a nice touch. I wish we didn't. I'd love to go through those windows, though. Dang it. Chat, they figured out how to make me actually, like, do puzzles. Put history content behind the puzzles, and then I'll do whatever it takes. It's not you. Oh. Oh. They were in the same place, Chad.
So this is a Hidden One's bureau. I expected some sort of hovel.
Some bureaus are. Others can be fitted with gold trim. Wherever space we settle, all that's important is that our occupancy...
Which is why we put a giant rug on top.
We certainly have that here.
You know, to make sure we're secret.
Nothing hinting at Ali's whereabouts. However, Nur was in contact with someone named Beshi. A name I recognize as one of Ali's closest allies within the rebel collective. He's a dock worker at the Upper Harbor. See if he's in the area. He may have something to tell us about Ali's disappearance.
I have found something.
That was fast. Good job. Admittedly, I wasn't.
Noor mapped out this very district. Marked the factories area to the north.
What is there?
Rebel sympathizers. If Noor visited this area for any reason, it is worth following up on.
Understood.
These are not strong leads, but they are a start nonetheless. Fulab and I will see what more we can uncover.
Be careful.
A new case. And a new bureau. And a new history marker? Yeah! Yeah! I appreciate that they call them cases instead of quests. It feels very... Clean out your damn cobwebs! Check all these rugs for scorpions. Check them all out for, like, terrifying spider crab things. And clean all the cobwebs! Great God believer. Well, hello. Welcome. You kind of tuned in near the end of stream. But we're happy to have you even for a little bit. I don't... Okay, fine. No, let me do the... I'm stuck in tutorial hell. Heck. I have to leave the building so I can call Enkidu. So I can do anything. Interesting. Cases need clues to be unveiled. Track your case will update the information shown on the map, compass, and in-game log. We've got Ali ibn Muhammad. Find Beshi. Find Noor's contact in Shari. And there's another clue. Wait, this could actually be really cool. Okay, calling Enkidu. No? Case unveiled though. Wait, there's so many cases. Al-Shahiz?
Cast your gaze.
Thank you. Wait, chat. Chat. We're so subtle. Enhance your experience by getting That's what the lost books are for that case, yes. The Banu Musa, sons of an astronomy expert and highwayman from the eastern Iran, the Banu Musa grew up at the Caliphal court. Skilled political operators, generous scientific relations patrons, and prolific inventors, they are a perfect example of the elite brothers living in 9th century Baghdad. The brothers' father, Musa ibn Shakir, befriended then Prince Al-Mamun, ruled 813 to 833 while he was the governor of Khorasan, eastern Iran and Uzbekistan. Through this connection, the Banu Musa, Muhammad, Ahmad, and Al-Hassan were able to receive an education after the death of their father. Studying with the mathematicians and astronomers of the Bayt al-Hikmah, they acquired multiple scientific, technical, and linguistic skills. Now, what do you mean they participated in? Al-Khwarizmi's calculation of the circumference of the Earth. Chat, does anyone notice the problem with that sentence? This is the first time I've had a complaint about one of these entries. Participated seems so curiously vague. Also awfully tautological. Right? Abu Jafar Muhammad ibn Musa ibn Shakir is Al-Khwarizmi. Al-Khwarizmi participated in Al-Khwarizmi's calculations of circumference of the Earth. What do you mean? Paid for manuscript buying trips to the Byzantine Empire and published 20 books on various subjects. The most important was the Kitab al-Hiyal, the Book of Ingenious Devices, that presented detailed and illustrated device descriptions of 100 mechanical devices such as automatic fountains and musical instruments, which apply simple concepts of pressure and water power to wonderful effects. Others were trick vessels, like this jar that separates wine from water. Exactly! Yeah, Al-Khwarizmi is one of the Banu Musa. He is the oldest of the three brothers. Their personal connection to the Caliphs helped them secure important and wealthy positions as architects and city planners responsible for canal construction. Muhammad even participated in the complex negotiations to choose a new Caliph after the deaths of Al-Mutawakkil, ruled 847 to 861, and his son Al-Mutasir, ruled 861 to 862. No, there's no way they don't know that that's the same guy. Like, the Kitab al-Hayal is by Al-Khwarizmi. Oh, actually, this is Ahmad, not Muhammad. Never mind. But yeah, extract from the Kitab al-Hiyal of Ahmad ibn Musa, 13th century copy of a 9th century original from Baghdad. Bought from Alamy stock photo. But no, that's fully a case of them just like, people know Al-Khwarizmi. I just like forgot to specify that Muhammad is also Al-Khwarizmi. But yeah, right, all three of them are extremely talented political operators in their own right, and incredible scientists. While Al-Khwarizmi gets remembered the most and gets translated into Latin, they're all super relevant, and the fact that we do have a shared entry for them instead of just gassing up Al-Khwarizmi more is appreciated. Also, by the way, another shout out to just small design, right? This has the same gated area design as AC Valhalla does, but it gates it by you recommend level initiate. Right, so as we become instead of it just being an arbitrary power level number, you get instead this us advancing as an assassin gets access to more resources, able to do more complex operations. By the way, I like that we can always see Enkidu flying around. That's another nice touch. But my god, what a gorgeous game. Just, once again, fully a beautiful game that is remarkable. Like, a remarkable visual spectacle. And thus far, an overall extremely good and extremely exciting historical spectacle. So that wraps up our stream for today. It's like 10:30, it's bedtime. Let's be real, it's bedtime. So, I hope y'all enjoyed. This has been, as always, a total delight. We'll be back tomorrow, earlier in the day. The plan is to start around sometime between like 2 and 3 p.m. Eastern time, and then we'll go through like 4, 5, a little bit longer stream, probably 5.5 hours, and then Sunday and Monday, we're gonna have 2 chunks of streams. So we're gonna have a morning chunk and we're gonna have an afternoon chunk, to try and get through as much of this game as we can over what for me in the US is a long weekend. So I hope you are all excited for that. You'll continue to spread the word and continue to show up as we can hang out, do some good history, and enjoy this game. If you do miss anything, though, of course, the VODs are always on Twitch immediately, and will be uploaded on YouTube throughout next week for everyone to enjoy in all their glory. So good times then. Good night. Good appropriate time period. Until next time I see you, whether that's tomorrow or later, have a good night. Have a good AC Mirage. You know, have a good AC Mirage, because the game is good and we should say it. Alright, bye for now. And of course, extra thank you to all of our patrons, and to Kaniki and Greek God Believer for the follows, and Eldritch Queen Despoina and Liz, and those who gifted themselves. If you want to support the channel on Patreon, head over to patreon.com/ludohistory, or click on the link in chat to get your name in the credits right there. Otherwise, have a good night.